Prosecutor, gallery, witness. What's on the screen? Just the courtroom or lots of little screen? Okay, that's fine. Great. Has the top one been on? What's on? Is there anything on it now? Wonder what we don't have on. Well, we can get rolling. I'll reach out to IT. So is it just blue? Black.
Might not be on.
No one ever turns it off, but maybe that, were you messing with it last night? No, doing a little Xbox. Gallery defendant. I don't think there's anyone else. Okay. Let me check one thing and then. Nope. All right, well, I'll reach out to them. Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Okay. Ms. Feely, are you ready for Mr. Hodges to come on out?
Yeah, sure. And I'm going to probably need Elmo just to give the clerk a heads up.
Okay. I can make it broadcast. You all need to figure out how to make the light turn on. You may recall from yesterday, poor Ms. Martin's fingerprint stuff looked terrible because there wasn't local light. It was the ceiling. But if it's just a piece of paper, it'll probably be fine. But I don't know how to make the Elmo work better than it did yesterday, but I can certainly get the Elmo feed onto everyone's screen. That's my skill set. Okay.
The other thing I can do is from the share screen of the document if it's in it.
Okay. Then let's bring Mr. Hodges out, please.
Okay, enough for a document.
For documentation, it was being funky glare. I had that funky glare.
Yeah. So this is the.
Is it still on?
Yeah.
Great.
Judge, you hit the button for the Elmo.
Yeah, I can make the Elmo appear on the screens. I'll do it right now. What we couldn't figure out yet. I think there's a light in there so that it provides its own. And I think that's what it is. The thing I think that's both the camera and the light.
You might want to practice with that because I was pushing the contrast button and the light button. I couldn't get either to work without turning off the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I want to practice.
Yeah,
Can I see what a document looks like?
sure. All right, it should be on the screen now. And then you use buttons. It's not whatever button you press, just turned it off. But buttons sort of zoom in and out. You don't have to physically move the.
The blue light.
So the light being blue on there, it wasn't working. When Ms. Love got the light to be red, it was working.
Okay, it's ready
All
now.
right, so let me see if I can reconnect it. So it's not seeing it right now. It's,
Probably again.
so let me close the controller and try again. And then you may want to ask some, I don't, maybe our IT team would know. I'm not sure. Kind of thing to sort out before trial. Let's see.
We can share screen, Judge. We have it to share.
Okay.
If
Oh,
this
it's
doesn't-
blue again. If you can.
Ooh, this one off.
All right, it's back on. If you want to try one more time with Elmo. But otherwise, let's not do this. I mean, do it during lunch, whenever you want to try to make it work.
This doesn't work.
Okay. So that's pretty clear.
Yeah, so if you flip it this way. You fix it for us.
How did it switch?
The judge just, and then zooming in.
Just didn't do anything.
I was gonna say, Judge, I'm gonna fix it.
Exactly. It was that whole peanut butter thing. I was throwing off. No, I have just reconnected it. So, well, it's working now.
You can slide that.
Why it won't zoom in and out, I don't know, but the fewer buttons you press, probably the better. All right, so I'm gonna return it to the regular Zoom. There we go. Okay. Ms. Okam, are you ready for our jurors to come in? Because they are all here.
Yes, Judge, but I just wanted to know something about the Zoom. After this witness with the two Zoom witnesses, I'm telling them to log in at 9:30.
Okay, I'll be looking for 9:30 and I'll move whoever comes in at 9, let them know they're going to be moved either into a breakout room or the waiting room. And that was going to be Gentili and,
I'm putting them back to back so we can get it out.
okay, all right. So a former crime scene tech and former detective.
Yes.
Got it. And there's still no objection from the defense having Gentili and Anderson testify virtually.
That's correct.
Okay, and it sounds like they'll follow Detective Mathis. Is Detective Mathis here?
Yes.
Great. If you want to get him working his way towards the witness stand, that'd be good.
Okay, yes.
Ms. Primovic, anything we need to do before the jurors come in?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Hodges. Good to see you. Let's bring the jurors in, please. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good to see you back.
All right, Juror. Mr. President.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Happy Friday, jurors. Thanks for coming back. And thanks for being on time. We had a couple technical issues, literally technical, that we were working through. We were trying to be ready at 9, but we are ready now. Hope everyone had a good research-free evening last night. Hopefully you recall, retired Detective Mathis was on the stand when we broke last night. We completed the direct examination from Ms. Ocom, and we are turning now to, I think it was Ms. Feely, but it can be either of the defense attorneys, was prepared for a cross-examination of Detective Mathis. So let's pick up with that, please.
Good morning, Detective Mathis.
Good morning.
Sorry you had to come back,
Fine.
but you are the lead detective in this case, so I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
So as the lead detective, you pretty much are in charge of the investigation, right?
Yes.
So you direct other staff of what to do,
Yes.
and that includes what to photograph
Yes.
and what to collect as evidence
Yes.
and what to test for fingerprints.
Yes.
And if there's DNA involved, you direct them to process that.
Yes.
And gunshot residue, which we don't have here, but you are in charge of directing that portion of the investigation.
Yes.
And that's because you're trained in how to conduct investigations.
Yes.
And you're also trained to write reports,
Yes.
which you did in this case.
Yes.
Thank goodness, because sometimes you're required to remember things that happened 15 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And you also are trained in getting witness statements,
Yes.
which you also did in this case.
Yes.
In this case, you took a statement of Kristen Canada.
Yes.
She was an eyewitness in this case,
Yes.
and that is your signature there.
Yes.
And you were there with her when she did this statement.
Yes.
And this is a true, correct, and complete copy of that statement that was given in 2007.
Best as I know, yes.
At this time, as defense will move to present what's been marked as defense form.
So defense one is a copy of Dr. Canada's statement as taken down by Atlanta police. Okay, any objection to defense one?
Objection. Ms. Canada has testified and asked her about it. It's an extrinsic statement, and they're trying to put in the purposes of Detective Mathis.
So what I'll do is at least admit it into the record as defense one, whether it could be published, whether it would go back with the jury or not. We'll cover that at a different time. Obviously, publishing we cover real soon. If Ms. Feely seeks to publish it, we'll work through continuing witness concerns at the end of the trial when we're deciding what goes back with the jury. So I understand your concerns. I think making it a part of the record at a minimum as defense one is appropriate. So I'll do that. Ms. Feely, you'll need to get real clear permission before you're flashing it up on a screen. And then certainly we'll work through outside the presence of the jury what goes back for their consideration. Okay, so D1 is admitted, at least in the context I've described.
And you took this statement from Miss Canada or Dr. Canada that very night that this happened.
Well, it was in, according to the report, it was in into the early part of the next day. The homicide occurred on the 16th of March. I think she came into the homicide office. It was like the 17th, like 2 something in the morning.
Thank you for that clarification. And it was very soon in time after the incident.
Yes,
And it's important to go ahead and get someone's statement at that time because their memory is freshest.
yes,
And that's what you did here.
yes.
And you, because of the amount of work that you did in this investigation, you actually did an initial report, right?
Yes,
And then you did a more thorough report after that, right?
yes.
And in your initial report at the time, have you had an opportunity to review that before coming today?
The original report?
The initial.
No. Are you referring to this?
That, no, I'm referring to the more general one that was before, but I can ask you about it if you don't remember. We can go with that. So the initial report, you didn't have any suspects, is that right?
No.
And at that point, you did know you were looking for 3 young black males,
Yes.
but there were no clear suspects at that time.
No.
And it's your understanding that that 3 young men left on foot, right?
Yes.
And so you did direct officers to try to find them initially, right?
Yes. Uniform guys was in the area checking, but that's about all we had at the time of the incident.
And at that point, before you interviewed Ms. Canada more thoroughly, you didn't have a height description, right?
No, not until I interviewed Miss Canada.
And before then, you didn't have an approximate age. You got that later,
Yes.
not a weight description at that time.
No, just young black males.
No clothing description or anything at that time.
I'm not sure if it was before or afterward, but somewhere it was someone, the black males had on dark clothing. It could have came from Miss Canada, I'm not sure.
And Ms. Canada left and went to Grady from the scene, right?
Yes,
You may not have spoken with her then, but you spoke to her later, right?
yes, I spoke to her later.
And once you got her down to the station, you were able to get a more thorough description of the incident, right?
Yes,
And a more thorough description of the suspect.
yes.
And at that time, Ms. Canada told you she heard 1 shot, is that right?
Yes.
Going back to your initial investigation, another thing that you, as the lead investigator, would have advised your staff to look for would be shell casings, right?
Yes,
And you did that in this case.
yes,
There was a shell casing recovered from inside the townhouse, right?
I don't recall.
I understand, it's been a long time. But there was not a shell casing recovered from outside the residence.
I don't recall that.
So your memory is you do not remember whether a shell casing was recovered in this particular case.
Yes,
just so I'm clear. So basically what you're saying is there could have been, it could have been inside, could have been outside, but I, Detective Mathis, I just don't remember.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Continuing with the rest of your investigation in this case, you went back to the neighborhood and did what you call canvassed the neighborhood?
Yes.
And that involved passing out your card
Yes,
and talking with people in the area.
yes.
And nothing noteworthy came of that, unfortunately, right?
Nothing came up, right.
And then you did continue to investigate this area and other possible crimes in the area, is that right?
Yes,
And through that investigation, you came across some names that fit the MO of this particular case, is that right?
yes.
And MO is, if you could explain to the jury what that means.
It was your phrase, not his.
Well,
It may have been his elsewhere, but it was your question using that. So I'm not going to have him explain your term.
in your investigation, you believed that there were other incidents in this area around this time that were similar in nature.
Yes,
And through that investigation, you got the name Tavares Irving,
yes.
and you got the name Quintavious Bailey.
Say that last name.
Bailey.
Yes,
And they matched the general description that you had of the three suspects in this case.
yes,
And I think you talked about yesterday your attempts to get photographs of those two young men.
yes,
And ultimately, there was so much red tape involved with that, you just were not able to get images of them.
yes.
And
I need to
continued-
pause you 1 second. I'm sorry. Is Anderson female, first name Robin, or is Anderson male? Okay, thank you. Back to you. Technical issue.
And Mr. Irving and Mr. Bailey were actually arrested with stolen tennis shoes taken from a location of a burglary, right?
I'm not aware of that.
Would it refresh your recollection if I can show you the report?
Okay, okay.
And that burglary also took place in the area of Magnolia Lake, right?
Yeah, in that area, yes.
And ultimately, you did not believe there was enough probable cause to arrest Mr. Bailey or Mr. Irving in this particular case.
No,
And you continue to look for leads in this case, right?
yes, as well as work other cases that came down.
Of course. And if you recall, on March 27th of 2007, you were contacted because an eyewitness to the homicide had picked out the shooter. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And so you went down to Zone 1, I think you talked about yesterday, to follow up on the fact that the eyewitness had identified the shooter.
yes,
And I think there was some confusion yesterday, but when you went to Zone 1, the Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan were there,
yes.
and the witness was also there. The eyewitness.
That what I was confused on. In my notes, I only put that Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan was there. And they was they was upset when I explained to them that I didn't have enough probable cause to arrest the gentleman that Zone 1 officers had detained. But I did take that gentleman back to the homicide office and gave Mr. Miranda and got a statement and took photographs and fingerprints of that gentleman and released him.
So you now remember that the witness wasn't back there, right?
You're saying witness, but I don't know how I'm correlating that as being a witness because Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan was not on the scene when the homicide occurred. So therefore they can't be a witness. If I put that there and then put a name, that might have been a bad writing on my part because they are not witnesses. They are the parents of the deceased.
Right.
And to my recollection, that's who was at the Zone 1 precinct when I was called out. Unless I put another name along with them. I was confused the other day. I thought Miss Canada was with them because she would be the only person that could say that she saw somebody run, or Corey could have said he saw someone run. They're the only two people that could have said they saw suspects run from the apartment. And I don't recall putting either one of those names along with the Buchanans being at Zone 1.
And I know it was a long time ago, so I just want to make sure that we are clear about this particular encounter. Would it refresh your memory to just take another look at this, not from March 27th?
Yes. Okay.
So it was the eyewitness and the parents of the deceased, right?
Okay, now that my memory's been refreshed, I did put in our witness and Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan, but a fault of mine, I didn't put the name of the witness. So to answer your question, yes, the witness and Buchanan was at the Zone 1 precinct. And I explained to them that I didn't have enough probable cause to make the arrest on the gentleman that they had pointed out to Zone 1 officers.
So it was, to be an eyewitness, as you were explaining, it would have had to have been Dr. Kennedy or Corey Gooden.
Yes, to my understanding.
And you don't remember for sure which one it was that came with the Buchanans?
I'm not sure.
But it was one of those two eyewitnesses.
I would assume it would be one of them. Because I don't have anyone else saying they saw suspect run from the apartment.
And you mentioned that they had pointed out this other suspect.
Yes,
And that person was Dante Welch.
yes,
And they had pointed out this suspect to another Zone 1 officer, not you initially.
yes,
And then you had the unfortunate job of explaining that you couldn't just arrest somebody, right?
right,
And you explained to them that the process that had to be followed,
right,
and they were frustrated by that.
yes.
And how did you know that they were frustrated?
more than likely, they probably expressed in words that they couldn't understand why I couldn't make the arrest, so they will let me know that they wasn't pleased with the answer I gave them.
And it didn't go over too well with them
Yes,
because they wanted an arrest made in this
Yes.
case. But going back to the statement that you took from Dr. Canada at the next morning, early morning of, after the incident, she gave you a description of what she said was the shooter, right?
yes.
She said he was short. Do you recall that?
She gave me a description, but I don't know if she said short. She just said it was a black male. And at least she said he had on dark clothing.
Would it refresh your recollection? It's very short. If I
Yes,
could show you your.
okay.
So now you remember, she said the shooter, the person with the gun was short
Yes,
and very dark skinned
yes,
and flashes of what looked like gold
yes,
and short dreads about 2.5 inches long.
yes,
And that's the end of her description.
yes.
And you talked a little bit yesterday about APD at the time had, I think you called it secretaries,
Mhm.
and they would transcribe the report or the witness's statement at the time it was given.
Yes, they were typed, yes,
And they pretty much transcribe word for word.
yes,
And you mentioned yesterday that sometimes you guys were short-staffed.
right,
And in that case, you might not have a secretary at 2:47 in the morning to transcribe a statement.
that's correct.
Would you sometimes transcribe statements?
I would attempt, I'm not a good typist, but I would attempt to type.
Would it have been unusual for the person giving the statement to be allowed to type or write it themselves?
No, it wouldn't have been unusual.
Would it have been possible 15 years ago, if you recall, that Dr. Canada was able to just type her own statement?
Yeah, she probably could have typed a statement at that time of morning, because we probably wouldn't have a secretary at that time. So it's very possible she could have typed a statement. She could type faster than I could.
Just so I'm following that, meaning you would allow the witness to sit at a Atlanta police computer and type it out, not
Yeah.
that she would have brought her own laptop. Hey, let me type if they had laptops
I would
back then.
sit right there with her and she type it. They or she could have been more proficient at typing and let type the statement. It went quicker that way. And then I would have did the Q&A.
So that's something you have done in the past. You don't recall if specifically it happened in this case, but it could have. That's not out of the ordinary for you because you're a self-acknowledged poor typist.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have done it in the past.
excellent. Thank you.
Would it refresh your recollection about whether you wanted to type her own statement if I were to show you her statement?
Okay. Yeah, okay, fine.
So in this particular case, Dr. Canada was able to type her own statement.
Yes.
And that, we know that because on Defendant's Exhibit 1, which is Dr. Canada's statement, it says typist Ms. Canada. That's all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feely. Ms. Ocom, do you have any redirect? We're going to start off strong this morning and take your mask off.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Secretary Mathis.
Good morning.
So I'm clear, you don't have an independent recollection of this, you're going from the correct?
That's correct.
And at the time, you said March 20. Let's ask you March. In late March, that you talked to Mr. Buchanan, correct?
Yes,
Was March 27th to be exact.
yes,
And you had talked to Mrs. Dr. Canada on March 17th in the early morning hours, correct?
yes,
So that means you had seen her approximately 10 days before? When you talked to her in the station.
yes,
So you'd have recognized her if you had seen her.
yes,
And if you had recognized her because you know who she is, she would be the witness, she would be Kristen Canada because you talked to her.
yes,
You had a lengthy conversation with her because according to you, you talked to her for a couple of hours.
well, give and take,
Yes, give and take a couple of hours more, a couple of hours less.
less, couple hours less.
I was saying 2 hours, 1 hour.
I can't tell you the exact time. I just know she came up like 2 something in the morning. She typed her statement out and we got it done. And after that, I'm sure she left.
So when if it was Dr. Canada that had come back 10 days later, you would recognize and remember this is Dr. Canada,
Yes, I would.
the witness, the eyewitness, the girlfriend of the murder victim, and you would have known her name.
Yes,
But in your report, it only says witness.
yes.
And how many homicide scenes have you detected?
Too many to count, really.
Over 100,
Yes,
500?
short of 5. I'd say about between 250 to 300.
Okay. And in 300 homicides have you had, at your scenes, are there multiple witnesses at the crime scene?
Yes,
And do you also have witnesses that say that they were eyewitnesses when you investigated, you realized you didn't see any?
right.
Does that happen frequently?
Quite frequently.
So because somebody says they're a witness and they're eyewitness and they saw something, you have to investigate it further as a homicide that they actually saw what they saw.
Right.
And you have witnesses that come up to you and say, I saw this, but you actually never saw it.
Correct.
And then when you arrived at the scene March 16, 2007, were there people around?
Not a large crowd, because Zone 1 did a good job of putting up crime scene tape. And so it wasn't a large crowd that I've normally seen. So it could have been a couple of people standing outside the crime scene tape, but it wasn't a typical crowd that most would think when a murder occurred, a lot of people gathered. So I don't recall that.
Okay, but there were people out there.
Yes, I'm sure it were. Yeah.
Okay, and so, any one of those people, since you said witness, you don't independently call who the witness person is, could have been the person that came with Mr. Buchanan, correct?
Yes,
If you have Mr. Buchanan's name and the other person was just Mr. Witness.
right.
And whatever information they gave you, you didn't track, correct?
Repeat that again.
I'll rephrase it. Whatever information they gave you was not enough for you to hold Mr. Welch, correct?
Correct.
And when you talked to Dr. Canada on the 16th, she told you, did she tell you that she would be able to identify the shooter?
She said she could. And
she also told you that she heard one shot.
Yes.
And you never showed her a photo line of her photo, right?
No.
At that point, you didn't have any suspects, correct?
No.
And when we're looking at the burglaries in the area, you just investigating, correct?
Yes.
You have any idea that this was the person that phrase that? when you were investigating this part of your investigation, you were just looking around to see if you could come up with a suspect.
Yes, I was investigating, see could I come up with suspects in this case.
And you also talked to Mr. Gooden that night, correct? The night of the murder.
Yes, that's Corey.
Corey, yes. So that would have been, again, since you saw Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan on the 27th, that would be 11 days prior.
Yes,
And so if it was Corey Gooden that showed up as the witness, you would have known his name and written him down.
yes.
And when you talked to Mr. Gooden, did he tell you that he did not see any of the shooters, or did he tell you that he saw the shooters?
My recollection, if it serves me correct, he said he did, it happened so fast, he did not see the shooter because he was running.
So he could not have been the witness with Mr. and Mrs. Buchanan.
No.
You know, at the time that there was a fingerprint found on the scene?
At the time?
Yes.
No.
Did you know? You said sometimes you allow witnesses type of everything, correct?
Yes.
I would object to leading.
So sustained. Gotta make sure you're asking more or less open-ended questions. I know you're trying to frame things and that's fine, but work on that, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
You were the detective on the case, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you, I believe you told us you were a police officer from about 1978, still when you retired, am I correct?
2008.
2008, thank you. And as a homicide detective, is it in your over 250 homicides that you investigated? Is it typical for you to have the victim's family member type out their statement? Is that a normal occurrence?
It happens at times. It depends. If the situation dictates that my witness can articulate or type it better than I can, I will let them type it because it'll flow pretty easy. Because I'm gonna do a Q&A. I'm sitting there while they're typing, so I do a Q&A once they get through typing, and it'll flow better for me sitting there trying to peck one key at a time when the secretary is not there to type the statements. And like I said, that happens from time to time when things out of my control, I don't have any control over. So, but that's like, it's not, it happens all the time, but it does happen.
Okay. And when we were saying typing, so we're talking about, can you tell me what we're talking about? So we talk about when you say typing, what are they typing?
You're typing on a computer.
So, and you said this is, I'm sorry, Dr. Canada came from, where did Dr. Canada come from? The hospital?
Yes.
And do you remember her demeanor at all, or you just don't remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. And it was about 2:40 in the morning, so there was no secretary there.
About 2:24 in the morning.
Was there a secretary there?
No.
And so then in cross, when you said the secretary was typing in word for word, there wasn't a secretary, this was there.
On that particular day, the secretary typed it out. I believe the name was on the bottom of that statement, Miss Glenn. That was our secretary, Miss Glenn. If you look at the report, I believe would have the typist of Miss Glenn. That would be our secretary for Evening Watch.
And do you remember Mrs. Lynn's hours? as a secretary?
4 to 12, same as mine.
So she got off at midnight.
Yes.
So if the statement was at 2:24 in the morning, Ms. Lynn was not the typist?
No, she was not.
So when you were asked on cross and the secretary was taking it word for word, the secretary could not have taken it word for word in this particular case? She was wrong?
I don't recall she asked me, was the secretary typing it word for word? I thought you asked me that yesterday.
Okay, I apologize. I asked you that the secretary was typing word for word. The secretary could not have typed it word for word because there was no secretary, correct?
Not in the situation with Miss Canada, no. But the statement you were asking me about yesterday, yes. That secretary, Miss Glenn, was typing word for word as I sat there with the witness giving a statement. Miss Canada typed her own statement.
And showing you Mr. Gooden's statement. And so Mr. Gooden's statement would be the statement that the secretary typed word for word.
This is the one we were referring to yesterday. And it's at, you see at the bottom, it said typist. O. Glenn, her name was Olita Glenn.
So then Dr. Canada's statement would not have been typed word for word because you're saying it was Dr. Canada that would have typed the statement.
Well, we got to look at it again. Dr. Canada, y'all call him, it was her statement. So anything she typed would have been word for word. 'Cause it's her
We're
statement.
going around and around on this. I think you'll be able to argue it, but you've asked this witness a whole lot of questions about who typed what.
And Mr. Gooden, when he talked to you, did he tell you how many shots he heard?
I believe he said he was running. I think he said he heard one shot as he was running. Because I'm looking over the notes and say, I heard a gunshot and I kept running until I ran into someone in the apartment complex with a cell phone and I called 911.
Thank you, Judge.
Any brief recross? Not about who typed what? Or super brief about that?
Dr. Mathis, you already mentioned that the two eyewitnesses are Kristen Canada and Corey Gooden. Is that right?
Yes,
And the state just tried to get you to say that neither one of those could possibly have been the eyewitness who came to the station on March 27th of 2007, right?
to my understanding, looking at my report, I just put witness, but if they had have been there, I'm pretty sure I would have put their names in.
But you're not perfect, right?
I'm not perfect.
And so if you put my eyewitness to the homicide that picked out the shooter, likely it was Kristen Canada.
Objection, I asked for answer.
Overruled.
If you wrote my eyewitness to the homicide had picked out the shooter, talking about Dante Welch, that person likely was Kristen Canada or possibly Corey Gooden.
Once again, I can't tell you because it's been so long ago. And like I said, it could have been an oversight on my part of writing this. Something I can explain to you.
So you didn't write the name, but you did write my eyewitness to the homicide.
So now we're getting to repeating things.
That's the last.
Okay. All right. Jurors, do you have any questions for Detective Mathis? I see a few cards. Take your time if you need to write anything else down. Is he playing video games? All right, counsel.
Thank you.
Get out.
Thank you.
Detective Mathis.
Yes.
Do you recall, did you respond to the scene of the shooting that night?
Yes.
Do you recall if the crime scene technician or technicians had set up lighting, or what was being used, if anything, to allow the crime scene techs to take pictures of things that were outside the apartment?
When I left, they hadn't set up any lighting because I stated earlier that I turned the crime scene over to my sergeant and some more of my coworkers in the crime scene unit. Because I left and went back to the homicide office to take Corey's statement.
Okay, so do you know if the processing outdoors, where the victim's body was found, photographs of the outside of the apartment, did that occur after you had returned to homicide or while you were at the scene?
It would have been after I left the scene, and like the victim body was not on the scene because he was transported to Grady. There were very little evidence on the outside.
But whatever was done with that evidence, photographed, collected, whatnot, that would have happened after you were gone.
Yes.
So if lights were set up or they used squad car headlights or they used no additional lighting, that did not occur in your presence.
No, it did not.
You referenced, I think Ms. Feely referred to the MO, but these other burglaries or break-ins that were occurring in the vicinity. So my question is vicinity, were they in that apartment complex or were they just sort of in the general neighborhood a few blocks away, a mile away?
In the apartment complex.
When you ask a witness or victim, I guess in homicide, it wouldn't be the victim, be a witness, to assist you in preparing a statement because you're not a great typist and your secretary is not there, do you have that witness also summarize the statement? So there's the verbatim, I'm answering questions from Detective Mathis, what's your name, Robert McBurney, where do you live, address, et cetera. Do you also ask the witness to draft a little summary? It was dark out, here's what happened, or is it only the back and forth between you and the witness? Does that make sense?
Yes. In this case here, basically she typed what occurred. And then when she finished typing, I then read what she typed. Then I asked questions that I felt I need to get out.
Okay, so the witness provided that summary at the outset. You read it, and then that led to some questions. But again, the witness, and here we're talking about Dr. Canada, would have been typing her responses that she gave to your questions.
Right.
Okay. Ms. Ockham, do you have questions of Detective Mathis based on that exchange?
Just the part that says question and answer, was she typing your questions as well?
Yes.
And back to the scene, you said you left before the pictures were taken, but you were the one that directed crime scene technician Martin what to do.
Yes.
So you could see when you arrived to tell, and I'll rephrase that, could you see when you arrived to tell her what to do?
Yes.
And which pictures to take?
Yes.
Ms. Feely, any other questions for Detective Mathis?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir, for being here yesterday and today. Any documents that were yours, you can take. Anything that wasn't yours, please leave here.
Okay.
Great. Next witness we have, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, will be appearing virtually. One of your witnesses, I think, is in the waiting room. I'm going to pull that person out and see if we can get going, and you're going to need to have your team work on the other witness. Let's see what happens.
You know, I believe Gentile should be signing on. You read all because he said you saw Detective Mathis talk.
Okay.
As a detective.
All right, we've got someone on the screen. Are you Ms. Anderson?
Good morning. Yes, I am.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. We've got Ms. Anderson now. Any reason we can't begin questioning her?
No.
Okay, if I see the other person arrive, I'll move him into the waiting room. Deputy Gordon, if you wouldn't mind swearing in the witness, if you'll just go up to the podium, I will make you part of this screen. Why is that not happening? Is Anthony, I bet that, hold on 1 second. It keeps moving. Dropped off again. All right. There we go. All right, Ms. Anderson, Deputy Gordon is on the screen with you. He's going to ask you a few questions, and we will go from there.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
Lower your hand, state and spell your name for the record.
Robin, Robyn, Anderson. Anderson.
Good morning, Ms. Anderson. Can you see me?
No, I can't see you.
Let me fix that. Just a sec. All right, you're gonna need to step back a little bit. There we go. You can also, if you want to angle the screen, however you want to do it, but
If I touch it, it won't. It won't.
if you throw it on the ground, bad things will happen, but I think it will.
I won't cut off the feed and destroy
That's it. Don't
everything.
pull anymore. Don't pull anymore. All right, good.
I can see you.
Good to see you too, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Anderson, would you introduce yourself to the jury and tell the jury where you work?
Good morning. I'm Robin Anderson, and I work for the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
I am an administrative technician. I work in the background and recruitment unit.
And how long have you worked there?
I worked there 6.5 years.
And prior to the Sheriff's Office, where were you working?
The Atlanta Police Department
And how long were you at the Atlanta Police Department?
for, let me see, about 13 years.
Okay, and can you tell me the years for the 13 years? What year did you start and what year did you leave?
1998 to 2011.
And when you worked for the Atlanta Police Department, what was your position there?
I was the senior crime scene technician.
Did you, so back in March of 2006, were you a crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
And I apologize, in 2007, were you also a crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
Were you asked to work on case number 0707520074?
Yes,
And what were you instructed to do?
I was asked to compare fingerprints.
And who asked you to compare the fingerprints?
That would have been Detective Anthony Gentili.
And what fingerprints were you asked to compare?
That would have been, I think it would have been, I'm not sure if it was Mr. Irving or must have been Mr. Irving.
Okay, you were asked to compare the fingerprints of Mr. Irving?
I think so.
Was it only one fingerprint you were asked to compare, or was it two?
I had two different sets of fingerprints to compare.
Okay. And when you say you compare, what were you comparing it to? Were you comparing it to the latent print that was lifted in the case?
Yes,
And do you remember what year you were asked to compare these prints?
that would have been in 2007.
And when you you compared these fingerprints to the latent print, did you get a match?
No, I did not.
And was your work verified?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell me that process?
Okay, when I got this first set of prints, it was a full set. So the set was a known set, which would have been a rolled set of prints. So what I would have done was taken the rolled set, which was been what I would call a known set of prints, and compared to the latent prints, which we would have called an unknown print. Latent would have been an prints that had to be developed, which would have been on a scene. We would have had to develop the print. It would have been unseen prints that had to be developed on the scene. So I would have looked for characteristics from my known print and looked for those characteristics within the latent print. So I would have started with the number one finger, which would have been the thumb. And I just would have taken my time and looked for maybe a dot, which is what it is, a dot, or an island, which is what it looks like. It would have looked like an island within the print, or a bifurcation, which looks like a fork, or any type of characteristic within the known print. And I would have looked for the same type of characteristic within the latent print. I just would have taken my time and looked from the first finger to the second finger, which would have been the index, to the third finger, which would have been the middle finger, and so forth and so on. Now that could have taken me some time. It's not, you don't do it within 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It would have taken me some days to compare these prints.
Okay. So you said you were a crime scene technician. So basically, you were a crime scene technician. How long were you a crime scene technician?
For 13 years.
Did you also do latent prints as well?
Sometimes.
Okay. And how did you learn to do latent prints? Or did you do any training for latent prints?
I did. I took a class down in Forsyth, Georgia, at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, and I received a certificate for latents.
And had you compared latent prints prior to comparing the prints in this case, 0707520774?
Yes, I had.
And after you said that the two prints that were given to you, was it Detective Gentili that told you to compare those two known people?
Yes.
Okay. And it was Detective Gentili that gave you the names?
Yes.
And the prints were for the two names that Detective Gentili gave you?
Yes.
And your conclusion was that, what was your conclusion on the two prints that on the names of that Detective Gentili asked you to compare the prints?
The names that he gave to me, after I compared both sets of prints for each person, my conclusions were that the prints were not the same. After I compared the known prints to the latent prints that we had on file.
What, if I could have a second. I don't think I have, you know.
Ms. Primovic?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. I just have a few questions.
Morning. Yes, ma'am.
So you tested a Travis Irving and a Quintavious Bailey's fingerprints.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did this in 2007-ish?
Yes.
Okay, because the Detective Gentile asked you to do that.
Yes.
Okay, and you don't know any of the facts or anything surrounding why he would ask such things. You just know what to do, what you do.
Yes, I've always worked under the direction of the investigators.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Ms. Ocom? Jurors, any questions for Ms. Anderson? We have at least one. Deputy Gordon, if you'll play role of, it's almost like in church with the collection. I need to give you a bowl. They can drop them in there. Maybe I'll get a check sometime too. Thank you. Ms. Okam, Ms. Primovic? Well, standing 5,000 feet away.
Because I was gonna say, my access is pretty.
Ooh, switch the cameras. I am. Hey, Ms. Anderson, I'm Judge McBurney. How are you?
Good morning, Judge McBurney. I'm great. How are you?
I'm great. I'm not sounding quite as perky as you, but I'm feeling the same way. I have just a couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
First, could you explain again, or more completely, what a rolled set of prints is?
Okay, so when you're going to roll a set of prints, you make sure that the person that you're going to roll the prints on, you make sure that their hands are clean, and you make sure that they're relaxed. And then what I did for Mr. Bailey was I went down to the center where he was housed with Detective Gentili, and I had a inkless fingerprint pad. So I just took his hands, made sure that they were cleaned, and I had control of his fingers, and I put his finger down on the paper that I had, and I rolled his finger from nail to get a fingerprint. And that's the proper way to roll a print.
Okay, so a rolled set of prints would be one that is obtained by an employer or law enforcement, where there's someone who is actually manipulating the fingers of the person whose prints are being obtained.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I have, for employment before, had to get all this black ink on my hands, and then they mush my finger, they roll it literally, so I guess you're calling it nail to nail. That would be a rolled set of prints.
Yes, we do it. It's inkless now. No more black ink.
Okay. Well, back in the day, there was black ink, and you could get it all over your
Back in the day, it was black ink, but now it's inkless.
Okay, but it's still that same rolling motion so that you get the entire tread, or whatever we call the fingertip.
Yes, it's the we're getting ridges, which are the lines.
Okay. Is there also something called a roiled set, or the word you were using always was rolled, and that's referring to the process you just described?
Yes, sir. It's called rolled. ROLLED.
Got it. Ms. Okam, do you have any questions for Ms. Anderson based on our exchange?
No, Judge.
Ms. Primovic?
No.
All right, may Ms. Anderson log off.
Yes, Judge.
Great, Ms. Anderson, thanks so much for your time. You are free to go.
Thank you. Everybody have a wonderful weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness, I believe, is in the waiting room. It just says Anthony, but would that be Detective Gentili?
Yes.
I'm getting a thumbs up from your investigator. All right, I will let him in. Deputy Gordon's assumed the position. Good morning. Are you Detective or former Detective Gentili?
Yes, sir.
I'm Judge McBurney, and I am going to add to your screen Deputy Gordon, who is gonna swear you in, and we're gonna take your testimony remotely. You ready for that?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
Yes, sir.
Lower your hand. State and spell your name for the record.
Name is Anthony Gentili, Anthony. Last name Gentili, Gentile.
Zoka?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Gentili.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here today. How was your surgery? Are you okay?
It's actually going better than I thought it was going to be. I'm pleasantly surprised with the lack of pain.
Okay. So you're not under any medication that will hinder you from testifying today?
No.
Can you tell me where you're currently employed?
Currently employed with the Cobb County School District as a school resource officer.
Okay, and what does a school resource officer do?
I'm assigned to a middle school. I provide police and security at the middle school, as well as sporting events after hours.
Prior to that, doing this, where were you employed?
I was employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department for approximately 24 and a half years.
So can you tell me start dates and dates?
December of 1996 until September of 2020.
And before did you retire or did you leave?
I retired.
Before you retired, what was your position with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was a rank of a sergeant.
And back in March of 2007, what was your position with Atlanta Police Department?
I was a detective assigned to the Evening Watch Homicide Unit.
And did you get training to be a homicide detective?
Yes.
And how did you get assigned this case, 070752071, the Malik Buchanan murder?
I was assigned this case in August of 2008 upon the retirement of Detective Mathis. He retired, I was still in the unit, and it was reassigned to me upon his retirement.
When a case is reassigned to you, what do you do? When the case was reassigned to you, what was the first thing you did?
Well, the first thing I did was I took the file and I started to review the file, looking for any possible witnesses, suspects, evidence, just began to review the file.
And after you reviewed the file, did you have any suspects?
I didn't see any in his file as far as suspects, but of note was some fingerprint evidence that caught my eye.
Okay, tell me why the fingerprint evidence caught your eye.
According to the file, the fingerprint evidence had been recovered from the scene. Looked like it was of good quality, but at the time it appeared that no matches had been made to anybody at the at that time.
And when you say when you say no matches, you mean the fingerprint that was left at the scene? Atlanta Police Department did not know who the fingerprint matched. Who owned the fingerprint?
I'm sorry?
Who was the owner of the fingerprint? Who left the fingerprint?
At the time I reviewed the file, there was no identification of who those fingerprints belonged to at that time.
So what did you do after you took note of that there was a fingerprint left on scene?
I looked back at past crime patterns in and around that Magnolia location, and I had found that there had been some burglaries in and around that complex, and that some possible suspects had been arrested on some of those burglaries. So I started looking at those individuals.
And so the suspects you were looking at, did you have any idea if they were involved in the Malik Buchanan murder, or were you just looking as a whole of the burglaries that were happening in the area?
I was looking at the burglaries in and around the area. At that time, I didn't have anything that specifically connected them to the murder, but the MO of the burglaries, and it was found that there was entry through front windows, which was also what happened in the murder case. Just piqued my interest to look at these individuals.
Did you have any, so these individuals, what were the individuals' names?
Tavarius Irving and Contavious Bailey.
Did you have anything linking, apart from what you said, looking at police reports, and there have been other burglaries in the area? Did you have anything linking Quintavious Bailey and Tavarius Irving at all to the murder and the burglary that that happened at 785 Magnolia Way?
No.
So what is that? Is that is that typically what you do as a detective if you have no leads to look at other police reports?
Absolutely. Like I said, when I didn't have much to look at, that was our next step, or my next step was to, like I said, try to develop some possible suspects. And like I said, due to the location, the type of crime, the entrance into the apartment, that's what piqued my interest in these two individuals.
And these two individuals that you said you looked at police reports for the Quintavious Bailey and Tavarius Irving, was it the same police report or was it different police reports for the two individuals?
They were different police reports, I believe, separate from the homicide. Yes, they were different reports. Yeah, there was nothing, again, linking them to the homicide report. No.
I think, let me rephrase it. I mean, was Mr. Quintavious Bailey and Tavarius Irving, were they on the same police report or were they on different police reports?
I can't recall. I know the arrests of the two individuals were separate, but as for the burglary reports, I believe they were linked together, but again, I'm not positive. I'd have to look back at the actual reports.
And so after you get that information, well, after you look at the police reports and you see that, what do you do with that information?
I try to see if there's any fingerprints on file for Mr. Irving or Mr. Bailey. And I found that there were fingerprints that were taken by Atlanta police of Mr. Irving, and those fingerprints were currently on file in our ID section. Then had our ID technicians pull those fingerprints and compare them to the fingerprint evidence at the homicide. And there was no match for Mr. Irving.
What about Mr. Bailey?
I found that Mr. Bailey was also had been arrested by the Atlanta Police Department on an aggravated assault charge, and that he was currently in a juvenile facility in Milledgeville, Georgia, and APD and the juvenile court did not have fingerprints for that individual, Mr. Bailey. So myself and crime scene tech drove to Milledgeville with a court order and secured the fingerprints of Mr. Bailey, and those were also checked against that fingerprint evidence recovered from the homicide, and there was no link with Mr. Bailey either.
So once Mr. Bailey and Mr. Irving had no matches, do you remove them from your suspect list?
I did.
What do you do after you remove Mr. Bailey and Mr. Irving from your suspect list?
I had also noticed that during the arrest of Mr. Bailey, I think I mentioned it was an aggravated assault. There had been some shell casing evidence recovered from his arrest, specifically 380 caliber shell casings, which also piqued my interest because there was a 380 shell casing recovered at the homicide of Malik Berry. I brought that to the attention of our crime scene lead at APD at the time, Chris Robinson, and requested that he pull the 380 shell casing from the arrest of Mr. Bailey and the one recovered at the homicide to compare those.
And do you know if there was a match?
I was promoted out of the unit a few months later, and I had no further involvement with the case at that time.
So the case, once you get promoted and you leave, does the case get assigned to somebody else, or you don't know what happens to the case after you leave and to a different unit?
More than likely, it would be assigned to someone. Again, not being the supervisor in that unit at the time, I can't tell you what happened to the case at that time.
And the crime scene tech that you've been talking about, is that crime scene tech Anderson?
That reviewed what?
For the, you said that the crime scene tech that you asked to compare the prints and went with you to YDC, was that crime scene technician Anderson?
Yes. She was the one that traveled with me to Milledgeville and compared the prints of Bailey to the ones at the murder.
And Irving as well?
I believe she did, yes.
And you had no further involvement with the case?
I did not.
And your last involvement was in 2008?
I'm sorry?
Your last involvement with this case was in 2008?
It was in October of 2008. Yes, ma'am.
Or did you have any description of what Bailey and Irving looked like? Or were you just going off of the police reports that you had reviewed?
I was just going off the police reports and the fingerprints.
You also said MO, and I know that's police talk, but can you tell us what MO is?
Stands for modus operandi, and basically it's just how the crime is committed, similarities. And like I said, in the other burglaries that Bailey and Irving were involved in, entry was made through front windows, and that was the same method of entry into the home of Mr. Barry. So like I said, that's very similar. Same area, same entrance, mode of entrance. So again, those are things that piqued my interest.
Did anybody ever identify Bailey or Irving to you as they were involved in the murder, or was it still just the police reports?
I never got any information that they were involved in the murder.
I think you said Mr. Bailey was at the juvenile center, so he would have been a juvenile?
Yes.
So he'd have been younger than 18?
I believe he was at the time. You can be arrested as a juvenile and be still in juvenile as an adult. I can't recall exactly how old he was when I took the fingerprints from him, though.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Feely? Someone else has used MO now. Go there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, you've already mentioned you got the case in August of 2008,
Correct.
and that was after Detective Mathis retired.
Yes.
And your first item of business was to review the file.
Correct.
And at that time, you noticed there were several items missing,
Yes.
including the crime scene log.
Let me take a look at this. That would include the crime scene log. Yes, ma'am.
And you're refreshing your recollection with your report, right?
I am.
Thank you. And the canvas log was also mentioned, missing.
Correct.
And there was no crime scene sketch,
No, there was not.
and there was no cell phone records.
Correct.
Was there anything in the file?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you already mentioned that you were interested in fingerprints,
I was.
and there were fingerprints lifted from a video cassette cover from inside the apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
And that fingerprint never came back to anyone, right?
As far as I know, no.
And you already mentioned that through your investigation, you identified the other two people of interest.
I did.
And that was because of the striking similarities in the incidents that they were involved with, right?
That is correct, ma'am.
And let's talk first about Mr. Irving. You noted that he later in 2007 got arrested for a weapons charge,
Yes.
right? And at that point, he was fingerprinted by APD in accordance with the juveniles charged with felonies. And that's how you got his fingerprint, right?
That is correct.
And you noted he was 15 at the time?
I'd have to look back at his date of birth, but I believe he's still a juvenile, yes.
Thank you. And At this point, we don't have a photograph of Mr. Irving,
I don't have one now.
but you knew from the reports that the suspects were 3 young Black males, right?
Yes,
So it's fair to say that you wouldn't, Mr. Irving would have matched that general description.
that's correct.
And let's talk about Mr. Bailey. You noted Mr. Bailey because he was arrested 2 days after this shooting for another shooting, right?
He was arrested 2 days after, I believe it was the murder.
And that was for what you mentioned, an aggravated assault shooting.
Yes, yes,
And in that particular case, two people were shot.
that's correct.
And from that scene, there were 2 shell casings recovered.
Correct.
Mr. Bailey is also a juvenile, as you mentioned.
He
Right?
was. Yes,
And he was also charged with a felony.
he was.
And you actually went to the juvenile facility to get his fingerprints done.
Yes, ma'am.
And you noted that there was a shell casing removed from the actual murder scene that you're working, right?
According to the file, yes.
You didn't collect it or anything, but you
No,
knew
I
that
didn't
it was
collect
there.
No.
Thank you. And you were interested enough in Mr. Bailey that you asked the crime lab to collect and compare those shell casings from Mr. Bailey's case to the shell casing found here,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And that was to see if they were fired from the same weapon.
Correct.
Do you, and it's okay if you don't, because I know it's been a long time ago. Do you remember where the shell casing in this case was found, the location of it?
When you say this case,
The case that we're here, the murder
Homicide?
case.
I,
Yes.
I can't recall without looking back.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Okam, any follow-up?
Yes, Joe, just. You said
the crime scene log and the canvas log was missing in the file that you had, correct?
That's correct.
What is a crime scene log?
The crime scene log would be compiled normally by a patrol officer at the scene, and it would list everyone that entered into the crime scene the night of the homicide.
And so the crime scene log, does it consist of officers, and what does the crime scene log consist of? Is it the officers and the hospital unit, or is it just civilians that are in the crime scene log?
The crime scene log would include police officers, emergency medical technicians, fire department, ME's office, DA's office if they come out. Anyone that enters into the crime scene once the crime scene has been established by normally the patrol officers first on scene.
Okay, so the crime scene log would involve the list of the investigative, so people involved with the investigation and not civilians.
Correct, unless there were civilians that entered into the crime scene. Then
And
it
in
is-
your experience, is the crime scene log usually police officers, like the people you just listed?
Yes,
Now, the canvas log, what is a canvas log?
the canvas log is usually done by either an officer or a detective on the scene. And that's used to document anyone that we speak to. This is gonna probably involve more than likely your civilians, knocking on neighbors' doors, talking to anybody that's standing in the parking lot, anyone that's maybe seated in a vehicle nearby. Like I said, those are the people that are gonna be listed that we spoke to at the scene that may have seen or heard anything of value.
And then what is a crime scene sketch?
The crime scene sketch is done on scene, usually done by hand on scene, and it just will sketch out the area where the crime was committed, in this case, inside of the apartment. It will note measurements, it'll note locations of evidence. And like I said, it's normally hand drawn on the scene and then redone on a computer graphic at some point later in the investigation.
And who does the crime scene sketch?
The lead detective would normally assign another detective at the scene to do the sketch. As part of their responsibilities, they would be responsible for doing the crime scene sketch, seeing how the lead investigator's got other stuff going on while he's lead at that scene.
So the crimes, but do the photos and the crime scene technician notes and cover what is on the crime scene sketch?
Yes, it does.
So the sketch is it on sort of a blank piece of paper? You sort of draw, if it's a house, put a house and put there was somebody killed in the house. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so the photos will capture in real life what the sketch drew on, I guess, on a paper.
Correct. The photographs, the crime scene report, and the crime scene sketch pretty much all tell the same story, just in a different fashion.
And you said cell phone records are missing as well. Are cell phone records collected in every case?
Not in every case. Again, like I said, up until that point, I wasn't aware of any suspects that Detective Mathis may have developed. So therefore, missing cell phone records, it wasn't a surprise for me that there were no cell phone records in the file, because there was no one he was looking at as far as a suspect to link back to cell phones.
And you said you looked at the fingerprints that were lifted. You knew that there were fingerprints lifted from the scene. So those fingerprints were still preserved.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else, Ms. Feely?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for Resource Officer Gentili from our jurors? We have a few. Deputy Gordon? At least one. Thank you. Counsel? Anything's possible. Hey, I'm Judge McBurney. How you doing today?
Good, how are you, sir?
I'm all right. You described a separate situation where one or more 380 shell casings were recovered. And that was of interest because, as I understand it, one 380 shell casing was recovered somewhere at the murder scene in the case that we're dealing with today. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you submit or have someone on your behalf submit all those 380 shell casings, however many it may have been, to the GBI for comparison purposes? Or to the APD? I don't know if back then there was a APD lab that could do that.
There was an APD lab, and Chris Robinson was he was in charge of our lab at the time.
Okay.
And I had made him aware of both cases and both pieces of evidence and requested that
So I want to be clear. I don't want you to get in any results yet. I just want to know what steps you took, if any, to have someone, and it sounds like it would have been Chris Robinson with the Atlanta Police Department, to conduct some analysis. Did you make that request?
I did. I requested that he collect both the ones from the arrest of Bailey as well as the recovered one from the homicide and compare those for me.
Okay. Do you know if he did that work?
I do not. Again, about 3 months later, I was promoted out of the unit, and that was my last involvement with the case.
Got it. Thank you so much. Ms. Ocom, any follow-up with Mr. Gentili in connection with that?
Just
Hold on, let me go away, and then I'll. Okay.
Just one quick question, Detective Gentili, if you know, that information, is it put in NIBIN?
I don't know.
Let's unpackage that. What's NIBIN? What's NIBIN?
NIBIN is a national registry of shell casings. Whenever a shell casing is recovered at a crime scene, the department photographs it and uploads it into this NIBIN system, and it repeatedly checks against other shell casings from other crime scenes. It's sort of like your fingerprint identification system, but for shell casings.
And is it, if you know, standard practice for the Atlanta Police Department to upload, if they find a shell casing, into what you just talked about, the NIBIN, the National Integrated?
It is the policy to place it into NIBRS, yes, or have the GBI do it.
Thank you. No other questions.
Ms. Feely, anything else? All right, may Mr. Gentili be excused, Ms. Ocom?
yes.
Thank you much. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. You are free to go.
Thank you, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our morning break. When you retire to the jury room and the hallway, if you want to use the hallway, please don't talk about the case. No outside research. We'll get you back in here around 11. I need Ms. Yeen to stay here while everyone else goes back into the jury room or the hallway. Thank you.
All right, jury.
All right, you all can be seated. Juror 42, how you doing this morning? Good. Are you working in the evenings?
No, I Definitely not a morning person. I've worked in a bar business for 20 years.
Now, I remember you are the juror who was very candid and said, you know what, Judge, I slept through a fair amount of the questions you asked, but these attorneys nonetheless selected you to serve as a juror in this case. And I just want to make sure we're doing what we can to support your efforts to remain engaged in the process. I've had a couple people bring to my attention that you have appeared less engaged at times, if not flat out asleep. And I just want to help you work through that. So that's why I asked if you were working in the evenings. I'm happy to interact with an employer to say, you know what, for the next couple of work days, not Saturday, Sunday, but Monday, Tuesday, well, Sunday night, I wouldn't want you to work, that you are stepping away from those obligations so that we have you plugged in as much as possible. Also happy to have you sit on the end so that if you want to stand up every once in a while because you find that you are getting a little groggy, that you could do that. Other suggestions that you might have that we could do or try to follow to help you stay more alert, I'm open to that. But I need you to work hard at staying plugged in. And so if we need to take a break, you were good yesterday saying the day is done, and it was, and you weren't the only one, and we'd had a long day. But I want to make sure we're supporting you in this process. Do you have any questions or thoughts about what we could do?
Trying.
Well, go get a big refill. And it's Friday, so you can do what you want on Saturday, but I would ask that on Sunday, try to go to bed nice and early. I know you're not a morning person, but Monday morning, we're going to need you plugging back in. Okay. All right. Enjoy your break. Go do some jumping jacks or something. Ms. Ocom, anything else you want to get on the record before we break?
No, Judge.
Ms. Primovic?
No, you're wrong.
And Ms. Ocom, you've got witnesses who can get us through a lunch break?
Yes, Judge.
Good. We don't have a fixed time for that lunch break, so we'll sort of go with the flow of your witnesses. If it's noon and you're in the middle of a witness, I may ask, is there a natural break point coming up? But otherwise, we can make it fairly fluid. You don't think you're resting today? You've got enough witnesses to get us through the day?
Yes, Judge. I believe so.
Okay. Excellent. Any scheduling questions or concerns, Ms. Primovic? All right. Well, we'll be on break for about 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. Hey, are you the door guy? Fantastic. This doesn't lock. And it's a little concerning because if an angry defendant came running after my staff, just pull it on them.
Yes, it'll close, but you have to pull it close. You can go ahead.
Yeah, we're on a break, so
How long?
10 minutes.
But if I read this thing, unless you ask the deputy, let you out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Deidre,
Yes.
Devin says hello.
Hey, Devin, how are you?
Yeah.
How's your new job going?
It's been.
Is it? You miss us?
I do.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I would come back here in a heartbeat, you know, but you know why I left. It ain't nothing to do with this part.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. All right. Well, it's good seeing you.
You too.
I have to get a second gathering. Take off the top of the door. And I mean, really, if you want a quick fix, I could they make it kind of close real fast.
Yeah, well, that was the problem with slamming and then that.
Yeah, so I need to, it looks like it's rubbing. Here, right there. Maybe run all the way across the top. Real close to the ground. So I might probably get another guy, take it down and trim off the top.
Okay, whatever you can do.
What are good, you have certain days in court or you have a calendar?
Yeah, we're in court all this week. The next, shoot, let me go look. Yes, right now you can't, I wouldn't. Yes, I was there. Because, right, because. Okay. That's true. Oh, okay. Great, great. I got chills.
She put it on this.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. You know,
So now, thank you. Nah, until they actually cut it up, they have to keep building it.
Mr. Franklin, how's things?
busy. Busy.
Good and busy.
I spoke out a meeting this morning, but it got canceled, but since I was already parked, I decided, I heard Mr. Hodges on time, I wanted to check in on this.
Yep. Well, appreciate you dropping by. We made a little progress on our C3 issue. Should be some news coming out soon about some funding and working with Gactel on that. So we'll see.
Awesome. Okay. I heard whispers that both was making trying to sell sort of. So.
We shall see. We have no prosecutors. Ms. Feely, are you ready for Mr. Hodges to come back out? Let's do that, please. I'm sure they are. You're good. You can stay with your client. They'll be back in. Can you get the prosecutors in here, please? Thanks. Can you check to see if the jurors are ready? Thank you. No problem. They're good. All right. Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes.
Ms. Ocom, ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
You've got a witness ready?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Primovic,
Yes, Your Honor.
let's bring him in, please. Got Mr. Hodges here. We're ready to go. Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are all now waiting to hear who the state's next witness is. Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm pretty good.
Before you take a seat, I just want you to interact with Deputy Gordon.
You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth will help you.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. State and swear your name for the record.
Beg your pardon? Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes.
And Deputy Gordon, would you mind, that screen has somehow moved so that it gets whacked when the witnesses are coming in. So it may need to move, I guess, to the left, my left, your right a little bit, just so the chair can turn. And if you'd angle it a little bit, it's real straight. I want to make sure that's complicating the situation. I just want the jurors to be able to see it as best they can. We'll try that. Okay. So I'm sorry, sir, I interrupted you with that. Let me ask this threshold question. If you're comfortable removing your mask, it helps us hear you a bunch. Great. If you would state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Larry James Llewellyn, Lewellen.
Thank you. Ms. Ocom?
Good morning, Mr. Llewellyn. How are you?
Good morning.
Can you tell me where you're employed currently?
Well, I'm retired. I was employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences,
And when did you retire?
back in 2017, I believe.
What did you do for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and Forensics? I'm sorry.
I was assistant manager of the toxicology section.
What is the toxicology section?
It's a section, we analyze biological samples for the presence of drugs and poisons. When possible, try to lend an interpretation to those results.
And what was, how do you said you were the head of the toxicology unit?
Beg your pardon?
What was your position?
Oh, I was assistant manager.
How does one become an assistant manager of toxicology unit? What was your education?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in chemistry. You also undergo continuous ongoing training when you're employed at the crime laboratory. It's a much more formal process than when I first came into it, but you get the same training either way.
And did you get that training?
Beg pardon?
Did you get that training?
Did I get?
The training that you just spoke about.
Oh,
Did you do
yes,
that?
yes, I'm sorry. Yes, and it's continuous throughout the year.
And is the Bureau of Investigation, the crime lab, is that a certified?
Yes, it is.
And how does that certification process work?
Well, I'm not even sure what the current certification name is of the lab anymore.
But
It's-
when you were working there?
When I was working there, I really can't remember what the name of the certification process was. It's been so long now.
Or was the crime lab, the GBI crime lab certified?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And you were also certified?
Yes, yes,
And have you ever testified in court before?
yes,
In Fulton County?
yes, ma'am.
And how many times did you say you testified as an in Fulton County?
Fulton, several hundred times.
And have you always been qualified as an expert?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, the state asked that Mr. Llewellyn be qualified as an expert in the field of toxicology.
I've no objection.
Mr. Prunivic will be handling this. No objection. Mr. Llewellyn, even though you're retired, we are qualifying you as an expert in the field of toxicology for purposes of your testimony in this case.
Back in 2007, were you asked to perform a toxicology report on case number 2007-1006894?
Yes, I was.
And is that a unique number with GBI?
Yes, it is.
When I say unique, you explain that to the jury. How is it unique?
That number can only apply to this individual listed on this report. It can't be applied or used in conjunction with any other person whose samples might come into the crime lab.
I'm going to show you what I've been producing Marshall States in 72 for the record. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that your report that you made in this case?
Yes, it is.
Specific to 2007-1006894?
Yes, it is.
Then the state moves to admit states exhibit 72. Right.
No objection.
72 is admitted.
And Mr. Llewellyn, what were you asked to perform on this, or what individual were you asked to perform toxicology?
What was the
Individual's name, you said it's unique to an individual, so what's the individual's name?
The person's name is Malik Buchanan.
And what were you asked to perform, what toxicology were you asked to perform on the weekend?
Yes, for this kind of case, it got the most basic screen that we have, which is an immunoassay screen for the presence of amphetamines or cocaine and cocaine metabolites.
And what was your, how do you test for that? What is the process for testing for that?
It's extracted in a procedure that was developed at the crime laboratory and then placed on an auto analyzer and analyzed for the presence of those two drugs in combination with an immunoassay procedure.
And what were your results?
It was negative for the presence of amphetamines and cocaine metabolites.
And what you said, amphetamines, what does amphetamines entail? It's a drug. Are there different subsections of amphetamines, or is it just one?
There are numerous drugs that fall under the category of amphetamines, but generally, for the layperson, when you refer to amphetamines, you're referring to amphetamine or methamphetamine.
And then what about the cocaine metabolites?
Okay, that's cocaine is a central nervous system stimulant, and the screen picks up either the cocaine or the cocaine metabolites. Metabolite is a compound that gets generated from the parent compound by the liver in the body. And so most drugs have at least one or two primary metabolites that you would find in the bloodstream if you analyze for it.
Do you find any metabolites in Mr. Buchanan's bloodstream?
No, ma'am, it was negative for cocaine and cocaine metabolites.
No other questions, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Primovic, do you have questions for Mr. Llewellyn?
I have no questions. Thank you for coming.
Jurors, any questions from Mr. Llewellyn? Seeing none, sir, appreciate your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You have a great weekend.
Okay, thank you.
State's next witness.
Stay calm. Thank you, Judge. Stay calm, Sergeant Tony Montiel.
You swear affirm that testimony you will give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Put it on your hand, I see. State, disclose your hand, the record.
The chair doesn't have wheels, so you gotta really heave it if you want to be closer.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Tony Montiel, TonyMontiel.
And sir, if you are comfortable with it, removing your mask will help us hear you. That'd be great. Thank you.
Good morning, Sergeant Montiel. How are you?
Good morning, good, thank you.
I'm gonna stand way back here so that when you talk loudly enough so that I can hear you. That
Okay.
way everyone in the jurors hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sergeant Montiel, would you please tell the jury where it is that you currently work?
I'm a police officer with the Village of Buffalo Grove in Illinois.
All right.
Excuse me.
How long have you been a police officer in Buffalo Grove, Illinois?
More than 25 years.
And are you a certified law enforcement officer with the state of Illinois?
Yes, I am.
Have you remained certified the entire time that you've been a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Do you cover any particular types of cases as a police officer with the Buffalo Grove Police Department?
I am currently in the patrol division for the last 2 years, but prior to that, I was an investigator.
As an investigator, did you have occasion to assist officers in other jurisdictions, even in other states, with their investigations on occasion?
Yes.
Is that something uncommon, or is that something that was simply a part of what you did as an investigator?
It was pretty common.
And did you at times ask other investigators from different states for assistance when there were witnesses or victims or suspects in their jurisdictions?
Yes.
As an investigator, what types of crimes were you trained to investigate?
We handled general investigations, which were any kind of investigation that came across our department. It's a small department.
And I'm gonna need that voice to be a little bit louder.
Okay. Yes.
The microphone works well. It works well when you're close.
Okay.
It's sensitive that way.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I got you.
Thanks.
Okay.
And in 2018, were you employed as well by the Buffalo Grove Police Department?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion ever to speak with homicide detectives from the Atlanta Police Department?
I did.
Specifically Detective Brett Zimbrick. Do you know him or have you spoken with him?
Yes.
Do you remember when it was that you first spoke with Detective Zimbrick?
I believe it was December 27th or 8th of 2018. It was at the end of the year.
When you spoke with Detective Zimbrick, what was it about? How did he even get in touch with you?
He contacted our agency and asked for assistance administering a photo lineup. He was working a cold case homicide and he had identified a suspect, and the witness in that case was currently living in Buffalo Grove.
Did Detective Zimbrick tell you anything about the suspect that he had identified?
No,
Did he tell you how it was that he had identified the suspect?
no,
Did you know anything about any fingerprints or anybody else's identification of the suspect?
no.
And so what was it that Detective Zimbrick wanted you to do exactly?
He asked if I could make contact with Miss Canada, I believe Kristen Canada, set up an appointment sometime in the near future, which I believe was January 3rd. Detective Zimbrick was sending me 6 photographs and a Atlanta PD admonition form, I believe it was.
What, if anything, did Detective Zimbrick tell you about those 6 photographs?
Nothing.
Did the Buffalo Grove Police Department have its own process of administering lineups or showing suspects?
Yes,
to witnesses?
in Illinois, we do it a little different. So I had asked him if he wanted me to follow Illinois procedure or Atlanta. He asked if I could do what Atlanta would do, and I did.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted already as State's Exhibit 39 and State's Exhibit 40. First showing you State's Exhibit 40. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 40?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 40?
This is what I read, Miss Canada. This is the photo lineup admonition form. My name is on here. My signature is on here.
And what is the admonition that you read to her? Would you speak it into the record, please?
Read this paragraph.
Yes, please,
Sure.
whatever you read to her.
So I sat Miss Canada down and I said, I told her I was going to read this verbatim. You are about to view a group of photographs to see.
Don't read too fast because the court reporter needs to take it down.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
We have court reporters in Illinois too. I should have known.
That's good to know.
Okay.
We've got them in Georgia and electricity.
You are about to view a group of photographs to see if you can make an identification of the person who was involved in the crime now being investigated. This group of photographs may or may not include a photograph of a person involved in this crime. You should only make an identification if you can do so. You may not talk to anyone while viewing the photographs. Since hairstyles, beards, and mustaches are easily changed, the photographs you are viewing may or may not depict the hairstyle or the facial hair similar to that of the person who was involved in the crime being investigated. Also, note that photographs do not always depict the true complexion of a person. It may be lighter or darker than shown. Pay no attentions to markings or numbers appearing in any particular photograph. And I asked her if she understood. She said she did and signed it.
Sergeant, when you first reached out to Dr. Canada, how was it that you even learned how to get in touch with her?
One of my partners in Buffalo Grove actually was the first point of contact with Detective Zimbrick. So I kind of came into it a day or two late. I believe my partner had already made contact with her, just asking what her schedule would be the following week, because it was a holiday week.
And had your partner received the information that you later showed to Dr. Canada?
Yes.
And did you give to your partner any instructions about speaking to Dr. Canada about the lineup that she was going to view? In other words, did your partner tell her anything about what she was going to do?
No, I believe he said I would be. My partner was an investigator, Doug Shipman.
The last name was
Shipman.
Shipman. Okay.
Shipman. My partner, Doug Shipman, had told Miss Canada that.
I object, Your Honor, to anything that Officer Shipman has said.
Okay, let's generally avoid it. I think this is explaining course of conduct, but I think we can work through this. Okay.
When your partner and you talked about assisting Detective Zimbrick, did you two make a decision about who would be the person conducting the lineup?
Yes,
And did you all make a decision about who would be the point of contact for Dr. Canada?
yes,
And did you make a decision about who would actually talk to Dr. Canada about why you were seeing her or speaking with her?
yes.
Beyond finding out how to get in touch with her and setting up a meeting with you, did your partner, would it have been your practice for your partner to discuss the case with Dr. Canada at all?
No,
Who was it that you and your partner decided would be Dr. Canada's contact?
me. My partner was no longer available the following week.
And when you spoke with Detective Zimbrick, had your partner spoken with him first, or were you the first person to speak with Detective Zimbrick?
I believe they exchanged emails. I don't believe they actually talked on the phone.
And did your partner give you any information about the suspect or a suspect in the Atlanta homicide?
No,
To your knowledge, did your partner have any information?
he did not.
Where did you meet with Dr. Canada?
At the Buffalo Grove Police Station.
So you eventually spoke with her after your partner talked with her.
I did. I finalized the interview date and time.
Now, when you spoke with her, would you tell the jury what it was that you told her when you pick up the phone and she answers?
I believe I asked her if she knew why I was calling, and she said she did. So that made it pretty easy. And then I asked her when she was available, and I had the things in hand that I needed to talk to her about, which were the photo lineup. I was still waiting for it. The week before, I was still waiting for it to arrive. So I couldn't make an appointment on the 27th or 8th because we didn't have the photos from Detective Zimbrick yet.
Thank you for clearing that up for me. So at the time that your partner would have made any contact with Dr. Canada, had you all received anything from Atlanta?
Not yet, no.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 39. And ask you if you recognize State's Exhibit 39.
Yes,
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 39?
these were the 6 photographs Detective Zimbrick mailed to the Buffalo Grove Police Department.
And when he mailed to you the 6 photographs, did he mail to you at the same time the ammunition that has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 40?
Yes,
Beyond reading Dr. Canada, the admonition Detective Zimbrick had mailed to you, did you offer her any information about the photographs that she was about to look at?
no,
Was the interview or the meeting that you had with Dr. Canada where you showed her those photographs, was that interview recorded?
yes,
Was the entire interview recorded?
yes.
Did you have any conversations with her substantively outside of that recorded interview?
Just as I was walking her into the building, I was explaining where we were going and we would be able to, she came there with 2 children. So I was explaining that they would be in the next door, that kind of, nothing about the case.
So you take her to an interview room inside the building?
Yes,
Did her 2 children accompany her in the interview room?
they were in the next door interview room. It's a softer room.
Say that again?
It's a softer room with a couch and some TVs, and it's a more comfortable. It's okay for kids.
Was it only you and Dr. Canada in the interview room?
Yes,
So would you explain to the jury how it is that you sit down and where you are?
I bring her into the interview room. I open up an envelope that had the 6 photographs, each individual in their own little certain, I believe each photograph was in its own folder inside the bigger envelope. And then it had the admonition form.
Did you take all the photographs out and just kind of?
I did. Yes, I did.
And even at that time, did you have any knowledge about any person depicted in the photographs?
No,
Did you have any personal interest in any person depicted in the photographs?
no,
Did you have any personal interest in the homicide Detective Zimbrick was investigating here in Atlanta, Georgia?
no,
Did you know Dr. Canada personally before you met her that day?
no.
So as you all are sitting down and you place photographs in front of her, do you sit there with her while she's looking at them?
I sat there with her while I read it to her, and then I explained to her that I had to leave. So once we finished up the paperwork and the signatures, I got up and left. I told her to let me know when she is done looking at them. And I explained that she needed to fill out the bottom portion while I was gone. And she did it for several minutes and then got up and summoned me. I was in the other room.
And while you were in the other room, did you in any way reach out to or communicate with her via text, email, phone, to try and tell her anything about who was in the photo?
No,
Do you recall her demeanor as she first came into the station to meet with you?
I do. There was emotions were pretty high. She had her children with her, so she was being strong, but she was emotionally, she had emotions.
Did she give you any indication that she knew ahead of time who it was that she was going to be looking at in those frames?
No,
Were you able to watch her real time as she was looking through the photographs, or did you have to look at the video, the taped video afterwards?
I did not look at her real time. We have the capabilities, but it's a process to get it up, and I did not.
Do you recall how long the interview that you had with Dr. Canada lasted?
It was less than 30 minutes, start to finish. I watched the video yesterday, but I don't remember. 26 minutes, it's somewhere around there.
Do you recall whether Dr. Canada actually identified anyone as somebody that she recognized?
She picked number 3. That's all it was just a number. There's no names associated with the pictures.
Did she tell you anything at all about what happened back in 2007 before you went in the room?
No,
Had anybody told you anything about what happened in 2007 before you went in the room?
I knew nothing about the case.
Were the numbers that are on the photographs in State's Exhibit 39 already on the photographs when you received them from Detective Zimbrick?
Yes,
And showing you number 3 from State's Exhibit 39. Is this the photograph that Dr. Canada chose during her review of those photographs?
yes,
At any time, did you ever pull this aside, slip it to her, try to indicate to her she ought to look more carefully at photograph number 3?
never.
And after she picked photograph number 3, did you ever tell her anything to affirm or
dissuade her regarding her decision?
No,
After she chose photograph number 3, did you ask her about it, or did she talk to you a little bit more about what happened?
I did. Detective Zimbrick had asked if I wouldn't mind doing a few follow-up questions. So I did talk to her a little more in depth about the incident back in 2007.
And as part of those questions, did you ask her what happened?
I did, yes.
What else did you ask her?
I asked her, she summarized everything, saying that she had a clear view of the shooter. I believe she said she did not know the shooter. I believe she said she did not recognize the other 2 people that were in the apartment or condo before. And she also stated that no words were exchanged between her fiance and the shooter.
And was the person that she chose and photograph number 3, the person she identified as the shooter of her fiance?
Yes.
Did she equivocate or change her mind at any point?
No, she was sure.
Sergeant, after you spoke with Dr. Canada and she picked out photograph number 3, did you have any more to do with this case other than sending the information back to Detective Zimmer?
Not until last year when I came. Okay, no.
All right.
But so we're clear, you had to come testify here in a matter related to this case.
Yeah, I think it was a motion to suppress that's what we call it. I'm not sure what it's called here.
Okay.
Not until I came here last year to testify. I had nothing else.
And since last year, have you had anything to do with this case?
No,
The male child that was with Dr. Kennedy, he's in the courtroom today?
I'm not sure. It's been a while. It's been 3.5 years.
Do you remember how long you were out of the room before Dr. Canada alerted you to come back in?
It would be a guess, but it was about 5 minutes. Yeah.
And why did you leave the room?
I think the admonition form states that the officer can't be there. That's also something in Illinois where an officer can't be in the room while we administer photo lineups.
Why can't an officer be in the room?
So there's no help, coercion, suggestions.
At any time after you interviewed Dr. Canada, did she ever reach back out to you and tell you, oh, I made a mistake?
No,
Did she ever tell you, I think I might have been wrong?
no,
And did she ever indicate that it was anybody other than the person depicted in photograph number 3 that shot and killed her boyfriend?
no.
That's all that I have for now.
Ms. Primovic, questions for Sergeant Montiel?
I have no questions. Thank you for coming down, sir.
Oh, you're welcome.
Hold on one sec. Jurors, any questions for the sergeant? Nope, not seeing any of those distinctive hand motions. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your travel.
Thank you, sir.
A second time. Atlanta's like a second home for you now.
Let's do it in the summer, and it's less humid.
Your Honor, may we have a 1 or 2 minute comfort break?
Okay, is the next witness ready?
Yes.
Okay.
2 minutes tops.
But they only need one of you to handle the witness.
The one that's handling it.
Needs the break. Okay, got it. Sure, go. Who is the next witness?
Lawrence, he is Lawrence Holland.
Okay, can we get Mr. Holland in here, please? We'll hold off. I want Ms. Ocom to be here for all that. I don't know why she didn't go while the other witness was testifying, but if you'll just sit tight, I want to make sure you were here and ready to go. We're just waiting on the prosecutor. All right, let's swear the witness in.
Yes, sir. State and spell your name for the record.
Lawrence Holland, LAWRENCEHOLLAND.
Mr. Holland, if you are comfortable removing your mask, it'll help us hear you. It's not a requirement, it's just a request. Thank you, sir. Ms. Ocom?
Good afternoon, Mr. Holland. Can you please tell us where you are employed
City of Atlanta Police Department.
and how long have you been so employed?
Going on 7 years.
And what is your current position in the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Current assignment is the airport.
And are you a patrol officer?
Yes.
And what is a patrol officer?
Patrol officer deals with daily 911 calls, any citizen encounters that may arise while I'm at work.
And are you post certified?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you always been post certified?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to take you back to January 16 of 2019. You have a police department,
Yes, ma'am.
the same position as a patrol officer.
No, ma'am.
What were you in 2019?
19, I was assigned to the crime suppression unit. Pretty much some days I go undercover, some days I'm in uniform, and we go out in the high crime areas and try to deter crime by doing traffic stops or suspicious person stops.
And on January 16, 2019, you come in contact with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Where exactly did you come in contact?
I believe we were in front of Dollar General or Dollar Tree on Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard.
That's in Hope County, Georgia.
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you come in contact?
Conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle for, I believe a brake light was out the vehicle was occupied with 4 occupants, the driver and 3 other passengers, and made contact with the driver, advised him for the reason for the stop, got his information, and I also asked the other 3 occupants for their driver's or their license or their state IDs or licenses, and they voluntarily they provided to me.
At the time, was this interaction with the 4 individuals, was that recorded by your body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
How does the body-worn camera work?
So any self-initiated call or any call that's dispatched to 911, the body camera comes on. We self double tap it in record mode once we make any encounter.
You do that process, you self double tap it for it to record?
I believe so, or if not, I believe at that time our technology allowed us once the traffic light, once the patrol car lights came on, the camera automatically flicks on as well. But either way, it was on record. I'm not sure exactly. Did I tap it or did the patrol car light turn on automatically?
And where was the defendant sitting in the vehicle when you came in contact?
I believe the defendant was sitting in the front passenger seat.
You said you collected information from everybody in the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you collect the same information from the defendant?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, I believe he did not have an ID on him, but he had a social security card and he provided me with a name and date of birth.
What was the name and date of birth provided to you?
It was the same last name. I don't recall. I believe he has a brother, so that's the name I do remember. I remember it was a brother.
And after you got that information, what did you do?
I went back to the patrol vehicle. I checked the vehicle's registration and insurance status, the driver's insurance, the driver's license, make sure everything was valid, not suspended, and the other 2 rear occupants, as well as the front passenger. But when I checked the front passenger, because he didn't have a picture ID, I had to go on a separate police database and input the name and date of birth that he provided to me, and the picture did not match up, if I recall correctly.
And you wrote, if you would look at the bottom 2 lines and see is given to you by.
Okay.
What was the name that was given to you?
The name that he provided to me was Brandon Rashad Hodges with a date of birth of 3/7/1993.
And after you said I'm going to show you what is also in March 76. Showing you what is remarked is basically 76. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's my body-worn camera footage from that incident.
And that's the one you said was either you tapped it or you're automatically kicked in when you turned your police lights on.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know that's a video copy of your body-worn camera?
Because we viewed it, and that was me.
You're on this game, so it's 762. We object to it.
You object.
Yes.
And the basis for the objection?
Same, Your Honor, relevance, bolstering, the same as we had before.
Okay,
403.
understood. How much of it do you, are you admitting the video that contains everything? The what it has on your exhibit list is a window of time. And so I don't know what's on the DVD, if it is everything from the moment Officer Holland's camera kicked on until it kicked off, which could be hours, or if it is the little less than 6-minute segment that is suggested by the exhibit list.
Yes, Judge, so I'm putting in the whole week for purposes of the record, but I only want to play the evidence, which is 6-minute portion of it. But I didn't want to cut it out from the video so that it's clear that it's a running video.
Okay, I'll admit it in over objection.
And after you get the information, you said it doesn't match.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do?
I verify it with the picture ID, and I exit my patrol car and go back to the defendant.
You say the defendant, the person you had an interaction with on January 16, 2019, is that person present in court?
I can't tell, ma'am. I can't see.
You can't tell as in you don't recognize anyone, or you can't see?
Yeah, I don't recognize him. I can't see behind the mask or anything like that.
Okay, well, Ms. Ocom chose to handle it this way, so.
I apologize, Judge. Could I ask if
Sure. So if everyone in the courtroom, including spectators, jurors, et cetera, would please remove your masks, and you should feel free, Officer Holland, to stand so you can see. I know there are monitors that are blocking people and faces and whatnot.
Okay.
All right. Okay, what?
No, the defendant's not in this courtroom right now.
Okay. Everyone can put their masks back on. Thank you.
permission to publish, Judge?
And we're limiting it to the window that you described?
16:45 to 22.
Sure. Before you play, well, it's okay. I just thought of it. Is there audio? Did you click it the right way so that we'll hear the audio? There's certain check boxes you need to. You should be able to see on the screen in front of you. You will click stay muted and got it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
That's not you. 2413, you raised the radio.
Why you lied to me your name? So I put this out your pocket.
I know.
But that's not your name. So why give me your brother's name for?
Your Honor, objection, are we going to be listening also? There's all kind of more issues if we're going to be.
So pause, please. I'm hearing audio. So
Your Honor, we're going to have some issues, you know, what's being said, hearsay, character, the list goes on and on. We're going to have to listen to it and watch. So I would continue my objection and add on if we're going to listen to the audio.
So you've heard whatever we would hear if this played for the next 6 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you think that there are things in there that ought not to be played audio-wise in front of the jury?
Potentially.
Potentially. I don't recall any motions being filed. We'll work through this, but there wasn't a Jackson Deno or a motion to suppress. But there's issues you think we ought to work through.
Your Honor,
I'm not faulting you for, I just want to know, do they rise to the level of, we're going to need to conduct a full hearing?
No, Your Honor.
No. Okay. All right. Why don't we do this, because it's so close to noon? We're going to take a lunch break. During your lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stay here. I'll listen to the 6 minutes. We'll all listen. Well, the lawyers and I and Mr. Hodges will listen to the 6 minutes. And we'll figure out what we're going to do. Officer Hollins, you can have a lunch break too. I'll need everyone back by 1 o'clock. Any jurors think they cannot make it back by 1 o'clock, even if they go to American Deli? They're all good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, during the lunch break, please don't talk about this case. You're welcome to dine together individually, however you want to do it, but just don't talk about your impressions thus far in the proceedings. And we will do our best to be ready to pick up somewhere in connection with Officer Holland and this body cam with a big solar eclipse on it at around 1 o'clock. Okay, thank you for your time. All right, you all can be seated. Ms. Primovic, I know it's about 6 minutes that we need to listen to. About how long do you think the discussion will be? I'm just trying to figure out, do we do it now or do we let everyone go take a lunch break and we come back a little early and work through it
I
then?
don't expect it to be very long, Your Honor. I still just don't know why this is relevant. This is 403 character evidence. They had the tasing 3 times. He has not been attacked on, oh, no, that's.
So I don't know what's on the video. I haven't seen it. You're narrating it now, which is fine. And that may be what it shows. I think it would be best if I watched it and then we discussed it, because there may well be things that are beyond flight. And so we should work through that. What if we get back together at 12:40? And I'm gonna let everyone take a break now, but let's all be back in here. You don't need to be back till 1. Are you going to need to ask questions of Officer Holland, Ms. Primovic, or this is a legal discussion?
It's a legal discussion.
Okay, so Officer Holland, you can be back a little before 1. We'll get you back on the stand. Don't talk about the case with the DA's investigator or anything like that. But if you could be back in 8D a little bit before 1 o'clock, we'll get you back on the stand. Sorry for the interruption. And I need the lawyers and Mr. Hodges back out in court at 12:40. Okay? Thank you. Hello, Ms. Willis.
You have time now? You want me to come back later in the day?
No, we should talk now because what I'm going to do at noon, I guess, depends on what you and I talk about. No, we're going to go in the jury room.
Well, actually, no,
Oh, we can't go in the jury room. I forgot. I got jurors in the jury room.
and I want to show you also, that's okay, so you can.
Okay.
Alright, so I was,
Oh, thank you.
okay, so you want me to go? You all right? Okay, I got you. You want me to do it? Yeah. Man, just wait. You know, wait now. I'm gonna walk back over here. I don't want to wait. That's what I was asking. You want to text? Text how you want it.
Is that 612? Oh, 612. Okay. 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 Thank you. Let's go to the other.
Have a nice one. That was me. That was you? Like, through like.
Because I'm like, I can't go. I don't know why I'm there. She's still alive.
It's not.
Okay, the light was in.
On YouTube.
Oh, it's like Jesus. It's still. Okay. Or this one can stay the same as in the next one. Does from the it's just your computer, you still know it's doing the operations because we still affect it.
I mean, what else would it be? The 11 balance.
No deputies. Are they back with Mr. Hodges? They may hear us. Hello, deputies. I'm a couple minutes late and I apologize, but I had several high-profile visitors, the district attorney, the chief judge. Oh, you're here. Let's get Mr. Hodges, please. I know you were standing right there. All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes.
Let's get back on the record, please. We have Mr. Hodges here with his lawyers. We have Ms. Ocom, and we are going to talk about State's Exhibit 76 as a request to the lawyers, because I will have cases with hopefully all of you again. if it was known that this was going to be an issue, that the state was going to play it, which I assume they were because it was on the exhibit list, it would be great if we could frame this as a motion in limine, so we work through it not during lunch while jurors are going to be waiting for us. So in the future, let's try to do that. But we're here now. And what I'd like to do is watch the video with audio, all of us, and then we can discuss it. Leading into that, keep in mind, my understanding of the law is that circumstances surrounding an arrest are generally admissible if they're relevant to the crime charged. A crime charged occurred 12 years before the arrest, so there's a little bit of attenuation here. But flight is also a circumstance which may be evinced during an arrest, and so I'm assuming that's what the state will argue as to why any of this is relevant. Let's watch it. Last thing I'll observe, as I have thought about this more, I don't think it is a successful argument anymore with me. So you were 1 for 2, Ms. Primovic, that a witness describing what happened and then playing a video being cumulative, because they are different forms of evidence. There is a witness saying, then I turned left and this happened, or I looked at each of the 6 images and put one to the side, or Officer Holland saying, I was interacting with someone that I don't see here in court. And then I assume he's going to say he ran. And he can describe that, and jurors can envision what he described, but it is a different form of evidence that is complementary to, and in some ways cumulative, but not impermissibly so, to press play and have a video show much of what the officer or the witness may have described. So I will not be excluding, well, it's admitted, it's in evidence. I will not be forbidding or prohibiting the publishing of State 76 on the basis that it is cumulative. Open question whether there are parts of it that would, I think it's going to be a 403 or a relevance, because the arrest occurred 12 years later. It didn't involve Mr. Hodges having the murder weapon on him. I mean, the typical thing is, why is it relevant that person X had marijuana in his pocket? Well, because the allegations are he was a marijuana dealer, even though he may not be charged with the marijuana in his pocket or the scales in his pocket or the ledger in the bag he was carrying. It's relevant and it comes in. This is a little different, but there does seem to be this flight component. So I want to share all that so you can tailor your arguments after we've watched it. Are you in a position to press play after you share screen by checking all the right boxes?
I'm going to move you back to 5.
I am ready. I see it.
Hodges, right? What's your middle name? All right, that's not you.
413, you raised the radio.
Why you lied to me your name? So I put this out your pocket.
I know.
But that's not your name.
My brother.
So why you gave me your brother's name for?
My brother just got arrested.
24847. Is there overtime you raised the radio?
I stay at his house.
But why'd you give me his name, but you got this name in your pocket?
I know.
So why you have this name in your pocket? Why you have information for it?
My
Okay,
brother, he just got locked up.
Locked up for what?
1836 OT. Give
Alright.
me the location again.
Give me your brother's birthday. What's your brother? You know his birthday? What's his birthday?
1801,
March 8th? What year?
The other year that was standing by.
1991.
Was it 24?
Just keep it above me. Are you lying to me? Yes or no?
No, I'm keeping it real.
Keep it straight up, bro.
That's affirmative.
But he just got locked up, man.
No, but you wouldn't give me your brother's name and you have his. That makes zero sense.
I gave you my name. Why I'm gonna be rich?
I do him a favor. Look, go stand right here for me. Go stand right here for me. How tall are you? 6'2"? Alright. You got middle name?
Precinct two four
What's
eight.
your middle name?
Traffic stop 3000 Continental
You said what?
Plaza Building E. Edward,
Sean.
Blue Acura RS.
You ever locked up before?
Tag
For what?
238.
For what? For burglary. Okay. All right. Just stay right here for me. Don't move from right here, all right? You don't move from right there. Yeah, you got, I'm gonna detain him. You got keys. Just watch eyes on him for me.
Sort of defeats the purpose of a body cam to have a jacket on over it.
Okay, 242823 on the red building. Any of you is that
It seems stuck. I'm not sure. It's not moving on the screen I can see. There we go.
Hey, Pitts. Detain him for me real quick. No, go over that side. Go to him. Yeah, I'm getting him. Yo, get on the fucking ground now. I'm gonna tase you. Get on the ground. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground. Get on the fucking ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Yo, get on the ground. Get on the ground. Yo, now. Yo, I'm gonna shoot you right now. Get on the fucking ground. Get on the ground. Turn around. You got those two? Turn around. 2483 radio. Are you fucking dumb? Do that, man. Why'd you fucking run? I don't give a fuck. You got cuffs? 2483 radio.
2483.
I got a mail take off on me.
I ain't gonna run.
I got him detained 20T.
Told you not to run. This dude was good, man.
All right. Ms. Ockham, share for me why you think that is relevant and how Officer Holland's testimony wouldn't suffice and how the video meets the 403 test, that the undue prejudice caused by what we saw there, that the probative value of what we see, which I think is limited to the fact that he ran, so it's flight, how it's not substantially outweighed by the probative value, but the undue prejudice that the video shows. I didn't say that very well, but you know the 403 test.
Yes. I think it's it's central to our case. I would note that I'm gonna get to Detective Seabrook, that he was aware, that I was going to argue that he was aware that the police were looking for him.
How so?
Detective Zimbrick had called him, had gone to his mother's house and told his mother that, we're looking for, the defendant. The defendant failed to show up in state court for, he had a hearing in between that time of when, Detective, I have the exact dates.
So, but I'm gonna take you at your word. You'll be able to show all that. Why is the Officer Holland saying, yeah, and then he just ran? He ran so much, I had to tase him to get him to stop, and eventually he stopped.
Your Honor, because like you said, they're different. Well, he's saying it, and I also want to show, it's also required in my video, it's also required with Officer Holland, as you know, that I don't see him in court. And the video shows his face, and he's going to be able to argue that, well, the person clearly is him, because when he arrested, that's the person here. So I was using it for two parts as well, not only to show that he ran and he knew you were looking for him on a murder warrant, but also that if the Officer Hall doesn't remember him, assuming it's because he arrested numerous people and just had a limited contact with him, but the person in the video is clearly the person in court today, because the video speaks for itself. So it's a two-part thing for the video, not only to show why the defendant ran, because he was aware he was being looked for, and there was already a murder warrant out for his arrest. That's one. And by two, my witnesses said, I don't remember the person I arrested. And this video showed clearly arrested Mr. Hodges, because it's on your body on camera. And then whoever was on your body on camera is who you took to Detective Zimbrick. Now, I don't know if Detective Zimbrick is going to be able to identify him. We'll ask him when he gets here. But it would tie all of that up, that we have the same person and not a different person.
So the only time I saw enough of the person arrested in this scene who doesn't look unlike Mr. Hodges, although I don't know, I'd be able to tell by looking at it that it was Mr. Hodges, was when he's on the ground saying, I'm not going to run anymore. And Holland is asking him why he ran. Was there footage I missed, or that little bit at the end is?
The beginning footage when he walks right by, right at the 16 mark, I think when he walks in front from his running his capsule on him to get a good look on his face as well.
Okay. All right. Ms. Primovic, your argument against publishing this part of State 76.
Your Honor, I just go back to my original that, it's not relevant. It's bolstering. There's character at the beginning about him giving his brother's name, which he testified to, and he testified that he ran, and he testified that I tased. If the state wants to use the last little picture of his face to make that connection, I think that is relevant, since he could not identify the person that he arrested in court. But I think the rest does not meet the 403. It is extremely prejudicial. It is not probative whatsoever, because he's testified to it, and he said it. So if anything, Your Honor, that little thing at the end which shows his face, just that as a screenshot, I think is acceptable for the state's argument. But beyond that, Your Honor, I think his testimony suffice what the state is trying to get in flight. His testimony handles it, and beyond that, it doesn't match the 403 balancing.
Okay. Can you, Ms. Ocom, rewind it a little bit? I'm inclined to allow you to play two pieces of this segment. I don't remember the first one, so you can show me the first one in a minute, but I want to see again, we've got the person who you say is Mr. Hodges. I'm not doubting you. I don't know for sure, on the ground. And when you see his face, and I think there's a brief verbal interaction, but I'm inclined to let you play that. We just need to figure out what are the minute markers. It's not going to be way back at 19, because that's him talking to his jacket. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, it will be complicated then, because you're going to need to figure out how to get it to start at a specific place. But why don't you advance it by 30 seconds? I think if you click that, we get to skip it.
Get on the ground! Yo, get on the
Right now. Get on the fucking ground. Get on the ground. You got me, bro. Turn around. You got those two? Turn around. 2483 radio. Are you fucking dumb? Do that, man. Why'd you fucking run? Nah, bro, I'm going through shit. I don't give a fuck. You got cuffs? 2483 radio. I ain't gonna run, bro. 2483. I ain't gonna run, bro. I got a male take off on me. I ain't gonna run. I got him detained 20T. You're not doing this dude good, man.
All right. I think from 2150 to 22, that's when we've got Mr. Hodges on the ground. I think he's saying, I'm not going to run. We're done with the officer cussing him out. There were little glimpses of the side of the head, but it was 2150 to 22 where you had your best view. There may be more. I don't know. Yes, ma'am. And then if you want to rewind it to what you said was at the beginning, I couldn't figure out which of the people he was fussing at. There was a gentleman in the car. There was someone he told to go stand over somewhere. So if you want to rewind closer to the start and tell me what you had in mind. The one standing, not the one in the car. Okay. Okay. So if you want to find where it shows him, I'll consider that. I just don't, we got so much of his. Okay.
Locked up for what? All right. Give me your brother's birthday. What's your brother's birthday?
Okay. So 2150 to 2200 and 1720 to 1730.
Just cue the book for me. Are you lying to me? Yes or no?
Are the segments I'll let you play. And here's the reasoning. I don't think it's irrelevant, this video, but I think this is my refinement of Ms. Primovic's argument. It's of limited probative value because Mr. Holland, Officer Holland, if he hasn't already, we'll talk in much more detail about I had to chase after him and he ran and I had to tase him. I had to tase him again because it got stuck in his jacket. He's free to talk about all that stuff. This confirms that. And I think if maybe it weren't the officer swearing at him so much and it is qualitatively different evidence from anything else that's been presented so far. It's going to stand out to the jurors in a way that I think is unduly prejudicial. And all it's doing is confirming what I assume is going to be uncontested testimony. Now, certainly if Ms. Primovic or Ms. Feely beats up on Officer Holland, he didn't run, did he? Press play an hour of it. But if it's not challenged, then this is different evidence, is not the same. It is cumulative in the sense that it portrays the same incident, but in a way that jurors will process separately. It just doesn't add much to the fact, I think that's important for the state here, which is that if Zimbrick testifies the way he does, this is someone who ought to know being arrested right now would be a problem. And so he ran. And you'll get that in that he ran. I don't know if this snapshot you've got right here and that little bit at 2150 is going to help connect the dots that Holland has unconnected by not identifying the defendant, but you can work through that part in a lot of other ways. And more importantly, all of the run-in, I'm going to fucking tase you and this and that, we see the fleeing person's rear end and sagging pants. We don't see the face. And so it doesn't add to anything about clearing up Officer Holland's inability to identify the defendant. So is that clear? 1720 to 1730 as best you can get to those spots. And then 2150 to 2200. Or if you just want to have this that you have on the screen, and that is within that range, however you want to do it. But it's those two 10-second segments.
Understood, Judge. Following what you just said, are you going to reverse yourself and stay 60-75? Are you standing in your room 60-75 in Polish?
If you're asking me to revisit it, I will revisit it.
Yes, Judge.
You can play, if it was 75, that segment that you wanted to play, which was when Dr. Canada was solo with the images.
Yes.
Okay, we won't do that with Officer Holland. You can talk with Ms. Primovic about a natural time to do that before you rest. But having had a chance to look at some case law and think about it more, I think that I didn't rule correctly on that, and I'm amending that ruling. But I want to make sure, I want us to stay focused on this. You understand what you can play, as in publish, from state 76, so we don't move outside the lines.
Yes, Judge. 21, 50 to 22, 00, and 1728 to 1730 as well.
I'd said 1720, just because I wasn't sure you could pinpoint it, but you've got it at 1728. I wouldn't even move this. You've got it in a spot that appears to present what you wanted to present. You may not even want to press play. But I said 1720 to 1730 because it's just sort of out of the blue. His jacket moves away from the body cam. So 2 10-second segments. All right. Ms. Primovic, anything more you want to get on the record in connection with my rulings?
Not with the body cam, Judge, but did I miss something on the exhibit 75? Like what has changed to let us now watch?
My analysis has changed. I have concluded that it's relevant. I think it was always relevant. It was just a question of how probative it was and how cumulative it was. And I've articulated, I'll do it more briefly now, that video evidence is different from oral testimony. And I think there's been enough said about Dr. Canada's ability to recall that it's appropriate, should the state want to play that portion. I think just a minute or two, it's however long it is, from state 75. I was simply directing Ms. Ocom to coordinate with you to figure out the most natural time to play it. It won't be right now in the middle of Officer Holland's testimony. Your objection was never waived. I'm just changing my mind, having had a few minutes to actually think about it and get some case law in front of me.
In Your Honor, I've always said 608A, it's bolstering. Now I want to continue that.
Sure, I didn't mean to shrink the range of your objection. It was relevance, it wasn't probative, it was bolstering. I think you said cumulative as well. Okay. Well,
whatever.
We'll throw it in there too.
I want to make bolstering.
But definitely bolstering. Okay.
Thank you.
Understood. All right. Ms. Ocom, anything before we bring the jurors in? Is Officer Holland outside? Your support team has left you. Okay, great. Please, that'd be great. Ms. Primovic, anything before we bring the jurors in? All right. Oh, one last thing. I'll say this outside the presence of the jurors. If any of the lawyers at any point needs to take a restroom break and your colleague is managing things, please go do it then. So if Ms. Love has a witness on the stand, unless Ms. Love's partner is critically putting exhibits up or whatnot, use that time to take your break so we don't, and transitioning witnesses have to have a bonus break. All right, enough said. Jurors, please. And if you could get Officer Holland coming in. Welcome back. Did you get some lunch?
I did. I've been working on that. Sorry.
You just ready to go to bed?
Ready to go to bed.
All right.
All right, jurors.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've been doing a little work so that we can sort of pick up where we left off. Anyone having trouble finding places to eat lunch? Everyone's enjoying American Deli. It's about that. I'm not picking on anyone. Unfortunately, we do not have a lot of options. There used to be a vendor in the building that's not a machine, but that didn't work out. So people either have to bring or walk a little bit. When we paused for lunch, Officer Holland was on the stand. He's back. He remains under oath. Ms. Ocam, when you are ready, you can continue your questioning.
Thank you, Judge. I believe I started reviewing your mobile camera. It's
76.
76, thank you. And we should publish, Judge.
Consistent with the ruling I made during our hearing outside the presence of the jury, you may.
And this is your body worn camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was the person, person in black was the person you arrested on January 16, 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And the person you arrested, when you make an arrest, how did you scratch that? When you said you were going to detain him, the person you arrested, what did the person do?
If I recall, he was just acting real nervous. He was sweating, and I want to say it was hot outside. He had like a I can remember temperature, but he was just acting very nervous. Like he was going back and forth, sweating and things like that.
And this was in January?
January, yes.
January 16th of 2019?
Exactly, yeah.
So was it cold outside?
It was cold, so he had a jacket on, but he was like a jean jacket, I believe. But he was like really nervous and sweating. It was kind of cold outside.
And then what did that person do after you said you went to go check?
Yeah, I went to check, and then after I verified that that was not him and the actual person, which was him from the computer, did have an active warrant for full extradition out of Atlanta for murder. As I got out the car, I advised the other officer that was on scene to detain him. And at that point, as I'm walking around, that's when Mr. Hodges took off on foot running.
And how far did you run after him?
I did run after him.
How far did he run?
We ran about, let's say, a block distance.
And did you do anything to stop him, or did you?
Yeah, and initially, I pulled my taser out, giving him the commands to stop. But as he's running, the taser is not gonna stretch that far out. So I tried to tase him, but I don't believe it connected initially. So we got close, and then he was still able to get away. I'm trying to catch up to him. I believe one taser was able to strike him in the arm. And that was it. And then I was able to detain him after he gave up a little bit.
And when you detain somebody, because you said the person that you detained had a murder warrant out.
Yes, ma'am.
You write a police report.
Of course.
And in the police report, you put the information down.
Yes, ma'am.
You put the person's name.
Yes, ma'am.
The person's date of birth.
Yes, ma'am.
Where you were arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
You put down the dates of when you were arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
You put down the race of the person.
Yes, ma'am.
About the sex of the person.
Yes, ma'am.
Put down the weight of the person.
Yes, ma'am.
Put out all of that information in your police report.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that information in this police report that you had on January 16th?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do you put all that information down?
To paint the picture, to make sure whoever's reading this report down the line in the future, 2022, for example, they know, it can be as detailed as possible as to what happened, who the person was, how I was able to obtain information on that person, things like that.
And you said the person that you arrested had a warrant out for a murder. Do you have a case number attached to the warrant number?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that also put in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, can you tell me the date of birth of, you said you wrote a police report?
Yes.
of the person you arrested that was called Jerry Hodges, New York, in your report?
Yeah, right here. The date of birth of the gentleman is 3/8/1991.
What was the sex of the gentleman?
Black male,
What was the height of the gentleman?
5'4",
What was the weight of the gentleman?
140.
What kind of hair, what color of hair did you put down?
Black hair,
What color of eyes did you put down?
brown eyes.
Did you also put down an address for the person you arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the address you put down?
3996 Bakers Ferry Road, Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30331.
After I said you tased it and were able to get him in custody, correct?
Not initially after the taser, because he was still able to run. So it was just I had to catch up to him and things like that. I had to catch up to him in order to completely detain him. He was still able to get away, even when the taser was on him or not.
After you tased him, you got away, you were able to catch up with him.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to arrest him?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you take him after you arrested?
Believe I had Grady come out or after that, but we went to headquarters so he can be interviewed by the homicide detective.
So you take him to the, so is headquarters homicide or is homicide different from headquarters?
No, it's in the same building.
Okay.
On Peachtree
So you
Street.
taking him to headquarters or were you taking him to the homicide detectives?
Headquarters, which had the homicide detectives in it.
Were you taking him to a particular homicide detective or were you just taking him to homicide?
No, just homicide. I didn't know who was on the case at the time, but I just let homicide know I was en route with them, and then that respective detective came and met me at the.
And do you remember the detective that met you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Now, as a patrol officer then in 2019, you make arrests routinely?
Yes, ma'am.
Say in the typical, how many people would you say you arrested?
Probably anywhere between 10 and 12.
And this was in 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that an average for every month for the 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022?
Nah, because I think a total count is like over 500. So I really can't tell you. It fluctuates every month. Now I'm saying it fluctuates every month, so I can't put a number on it.
But you know it's at least 500?
Total, yes. Yeah.
And when you arrest and you leave them, do you have any other scratch that? After you arrested the individual on January 16, 2019, and you handed it over to the homicide detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any contact with that person yet?
We didn't speak at all.
So why don't you narrate what's about to happen?
Your Honor, we, state published from, I say this is 76, I believe it was, from 2150 to 2200.
Sure.
And whose arm is that, Officer Holland in the clip?
That's grabbing the hoodie,
Yes,
my arm.
and the individual on the ground is the person you're arresting.
Yes, ma'am.
I got him detained 20T. Dude, told you not to run. This dude was good, man.
And when have you, when you're arrested and detained, have you taken them to the, jail?
Say that again.
When you arrest somebody, this time you took the person you arrested to the homicide detectives.
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you also take people you arrested before you counted?
Yes, ma'am.
And when they're arrested and their fingerprints taken?
Not, we don't take fingerprints, so I'm not sure if the Fulton County Jail does that, but I'm not sure on that part.
I don't. One last question, Officer Holland, all the identifying information that you just stated, where do you get that information from?
From his driver's license, his state driver's license.
So you got, the person you arrested, you got his state driver's license?
Not on from him himself, but from the police database.
So in the database, there's a police report, and the police, in the driver's license, did it have a picture attached to it?
Not on that specific screen. I have to do another database in order to get a picture with the driver's license.
But did you match all of that up before you put down the information in your police report?
Yes, ma'am.
So the photo, the driver's license, all matched up, and then you wrote down all the information that you just did?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Primovic,
I have no cross-examination. Thank you, officer.
any questions for Officer Holland? Yes, Deputy Gordon? Thank you. Counsel? Doesn't stick anymore, so you can just open it. They're working on it. Officer Holland, you are free to go. Thank you for your time. Go get some sleep.
All right, thank you.
The state's next witness, please.
Paul, Ms. Sharon Adams.
Sharon Latners, SHARON LATNERS,
Good afternoon, Ms. Latners.
Afternoon, sir.
Looks like I see you about once every 2 weeks.
Yes, sir, you do.
If you are comfortable removing your mask, it'll help us hear you. If you're not, I just need you to really speak up. Thank you. Ms. Ocom.
Good afternoon, Ms. Latners.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us where you're employed, ma'am?
City of Atlanta Communication 911 Center.
And what do you do for the city of Atlanta?
I'm custodian of records for the 911 Center.
And what does the custodian of records do?
I handle all the incoming, outgoing 911 calls, dispatch calls. I handle the radio side for 911. I handle subpoenas for 911, and I handle all the court cases for 911.
And when you're doing that, is there a report that's also made?
Yes, CAD report,
And what does the CAD report stand for?
computer aid dispatch.
And what kind of information do you find in the computer aid dispatch?
You will find the incident number, the date of the call, the type of call, the location of call, signals, all depends what kind of call it is. And you will find the time the calls came in, the time the call was dispatched. And you will find remarks from the operator and the dispatcher and the officers.
So everybody uses the same system then?
Yes.
Now, for 911 calls, since you're the custodian of record, how is a 911 call started? So if somebody calls 911, how do we get the records back that we have called?
How do you get it back?
Yes.
You mean the DAs get it back?
No, where is it stored? Where's that?
It's stored in our system, which we have a system that's called NICE, N-I-C-E.
And does that system store 911 calls in perpetuity, so I mean forever?
Not forever. After 2.5 years, the system purged from that system because we take over 1 million calls a year.
Because of space requirements?
Yes.
So if a case happened in 2007 and you try to get the 911 call in 2018, is that possible?
No, ma'am, we don't have that system anymore.
When you say you don't have a system anymore, did you change systems?
Yes, maybe 5 or 6 years, City of Atlanta upgrade their system to a new system.
Every 5, 6 years, so it upgrades the system. So it's 2007 to 2018 has gone through at least minimum of 2 upgrades.
Yes, ma'am.
The 911 call.
It's gone.
Showing what has been previously marked, apologize, as this exhibit 17, direct.
Yes, here's the copy of the 911 call from that day.
And is that located to the incident of 70752074?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate copy of, as you're the custodian of records, of what events that happened on, as it pertains to 911 on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the statement that misstates exhibit 70 into evidence as published.
No objection.
7-0 is admitted. You may publish. You okay?
All right. So looking at State Exhibit 70, let's start from the top. Does that information just give us the date and the address of where the officers were dispatched to?
Yes.
Under incident times, what information do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Like I said, incident times. What information are we getting from that?
You see where it says E911 time, it says receive time, dispatch time.
And so the 2124, if we convert that, is that what time is that?
Say that again.
Is that the time that 911 was first called, 2124?
Well, 911 call, 9:24, that's 9:30, 24 PM hours. They show military time.
If we go down to unit ID and CMD, what does that mean?
Those are codes for APD. BU mean backup. The officer asks for backup. EN mean en route. A mean the unit 26. That mean they arrived on the scene. C mean they cleared the scene by each unit numbers.
For each unit that are, so 1103 would be, that's his arrival, he's en route, and he has cleared the scene and he's left.
Yes, ma'am.
And then 3101 would be a different officer
Right,
doing the same thing.
right.
Because all the different numbers down that side of all the officers that arrived on that scene.
Right,
And when they came, when they were en route, and when they clicked.
yes.
And when we go down to the bottom, it says it's information. That information that's typed on page 3 to the side, who's writing that information and where's that information from?
Operators typing in what the caller's advisor heard what's going on the call.
So the operator is typing down, and whoever's talking to 911, they're typing down exactly what they're saying?
Yes.
Or do they shorthand it?
Most time they shorthanded.
So the part at 9:24, 52 PM would be the time 911 was writing down that whoever was on the other line was saying her boyfriend is not breathing, 23-year-old male, shot to the chest. Apartment 1304 was coming, 3 black males came to the door and he was shot. That's information that 911 is getting and they're typing it down.
Yes.
And when you go a little bit further down to 9:34 PM, when it says they're working on him now, we're still working on whoever, the person that was shot at the scene.
Yes, the EMS working on it. EMS, Grady.
And then 9:57 was when he was transferred.
Right.
So he was there, they were working on him on scene from 9:34 to 9:57.
Yes, ma'am.
Now 23 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Then also up at 9:27 PM, go up a little bit. Somebody was telling 911 that the information that they had was the person that was a black male, blue striped sweatshirt and dreads. Is that a different 911 call from the first one, or was it the same person that made that 911 call?
It's a different call. You see where it says return call at 9:27 hours. So a different operator took another call.
So the person that said boyfriend is different from the person that gave
The
that
lookout.
description.
Yes, two different people.
So two different people calling 911.
Yes, ma'am.
Then 9:44 PM would be when homicide was notified.
That's right.
And when it says victim is S48 at 22:04 hours, what does that mean?
Person is deceased.
And we have no questions.
Defense?
I have no questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions for Ms. Latner from the jury? Oh, all right. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Next witness.
State Charles Jennings Kilgore.
James Kilgore. Oh.
First name is Jennings, Jennings. Last name Kilgore, Kilgore.
Good afternoon. Is it Officer Kilgore?
Detective.
Detective Kilgore, how are you?
Good.
Would you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? Where is it that you're currently employed?
Yes, I work for the City of Atlanta Police Department. It's in Fulton County, Georgia. I've been with the city for 29 years, 17 of which has been in the crime lab.
And if you would speak loudly enough so that way back here, I can hear you, that way that last girl over here can hear you.
Okay.
All right. And did I hear you say, last how many years you worked for the crime lab?
17.
And would you tell the jury what the City of Atlanta Crime Lab is?
Yes, currently we have a NIBIN program and a trace or a fingerprint program. NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. It's a computer system owned by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. And what we do is we take cartridge cases recovered from crime scenes, and we also take the firearms recovered from crime scenes and we test fire those. And we enter those casings into the system. And it's a HD 3D digital imaging system. And once we put them in there, it searches the database to see if there's any potential matches.
And if I could get you to raise that voice just a little bit
Okay.
more. Do you have kids?
Yes, I do.
Imagine one of them's about to run out in front of a car and you're trying to yell.
Maybe not that loud, but in that direction.
Yes, sir.
But you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
All right. You said that the equipment that you have at the crime lab is owned by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
Yes.
Is that ATF?
Yes, it is.
And do you have to do anything in order to remain in compliance with ATF's policies and procedures so that you're allowed to keep using their equipment?
Yes, they have a minimum number of cartridge cases that they want put in a month. I want to say the number's right around 40. We exceed that tremendously. I mean, since our inception in 2007, we have put in over 40,000 cartridge cases.
Over 40,000 since 2007.
Yes.
So when a shooting occurs in the city of Atlanta and the Atlanta Police Department investigates and collects shell casings, is it your policy to put those shell casings or scan them into night?
Yes, we get the case. If it's a shooting case, We triage them to determine if it was 1, 2, 3 weapons. We first start by dividing them by caliber, then by firing pin impression. So all those shooting cases are entered into the NIBIN system.
Now, would you describe for the jury, how it is that NIBIN alerts you? Or how it is that you make any comparisons, when you get an alert on NIBIN that there's something here you need to look at?
Well, the way the NIBIN system works is it comes back with, we call them, it's a correlation server. So there's an East Coast and a West Coast server. So once you put the cartridge case in, it searches both of those servers to see if there's any potential matches. Once those correlation results come back, it scores them. It could be 1 to 100, it could be 1 to 500. We then have to go and look at those images to see if there's any similarities between the cartridge cases to see if anything matches.
Now, with homicide cases, are shell casings sometimes sent to the GBI as opposed to directly to the crime lab at the police department?
Yes, the GBI also has a NIBIN system, so sometimes they will go to the GBI also.
Once a shell casing is put into NIBIN, how long does its image stay there?
Forever.
And is NIBIN continuously running such that if somebody puts in a shell casing?
Yes, if I were to put in a shell casing today, it would search that database back to the beginning, which I believe they started in 1994.
Now, what is it that the NIBIN system, what is it that allows the NIBIN to alert you that, hey, there's a potential match here?
It's part of the computer program that the company is Forensic Technology Incorporated. It's a complex set of algorithms that looks at multiple criteria. First, it goes through caliber, then it goes through firing pin shape. There's multiple shapes. There's rectangular, triangular, elliptical, circular, hemispherical. It goes through all of those and then categorizes it. And it has an algorithm that once you put that in there and you send it off, it assigns that cartridge case a value. And then it takes that value and looks in the system at the data concentrator to see if there's anything else close to that data value. And then that's where it kicks back the results.
Okay. And then if there is an alert, is there a further comparison generally done?
If we get a potential lead, then we call in another trained person to look at it also. If they concur that it's a lead, then we notate it and we send out an email to the investigators, letting them know that there's a potential match between these two cases so that they can further investigate.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been certified by the Peace Officer Standards Training Council, Juror?
For 29 years.
Have you retained your certification during the entire time that you've worked as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I have.
Case number 07075-2074 with the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes.
That involved the murder of Lee Barry Buchanan. Were you asked to do anything with respect to that case?
Yes, we were told there was a 380 cartridge case on that scene. And we took that and we entered into the NIBIN system to check for potential matches.
Now that murder, was that in 2007?
Yes, it was.
But it wasn't in 2007 that you looked into NIBIN, was it?
No, we did not enter it until 2014. To my knowledge, it went to the GBI first and was not worked. And then it came back to the city of Atlanta and was in our property unit. And I was asked to see if it had been put in the system and it had not been. So at that point, we collected it from property and added it to the system.
If GBI processes a shell casing or uploads it into NIBIN, is it the APD Crime Lab's policy to then turn around and do it again?
No, if they've entered it, we won't do it again.
So if you have a shell casing returned to you from the GBI, is it your policy to not examine it or not put it into NIBIN until asked to do so?
Correct.
So in this particular case involving Barry Buchanan's murder, the shell casing it was sent to the GBI initially,
Yes.
is that right?
Yes.
And in 2014, you said you were asked to get that shell casing.
Yes,
Do you recall who it was that made that request?
I do not recall.
Is it uncommon for homicide investigations that have been unsolved for 7 years to still get worked on by new investigators?
Yes, if we determine it hasn't been put in NIBIN, then we will go back and put it on there, because our NIBIN program didn't start until 2007. So there was a transition period where we weren't getting as much evidence because a lot of it was still going to the GBI at that time.
And if there is an unsolved homicide, do you know whether or not investigators will continue working on that homicide until and unless they can get it solved?
Yes, if it's a cold case and it's unsolved, they will continue looking into it to see if any new evidence comes about.
And if you were to put a piece of evidence into NIBIN and alerted, or NIBIN alerted you that, hey, there's potentially a match out here, would you alert someone else?
Yes, we have a program set up where we send out an email as soon as we get notification and determine that there is a lead.
So that 380 shell casing that you were asked to look in or scan into NIBIN from this 2007 case involving Mary Buchanan's murder, when you scanned it in, did it come back?
We got no lead on it. It did not match to any other crimes.
No other crime scene? One second. How does NIBIN, say for instance, you put in a shell casing in 2014, right? And someone else somewhere else with the NIBIN system gets a gun, test fires it, and uploads a shell casing that does match. Will it notify you?
It won't notify us, but we get a notification from them. The system doesn't notify us, but we generally, all of the leads are processed by the ATF. So if a lead is generated from multiple jurisdictions, they will notify each jurisdiction that a lead has been generated.
And since you entered that shell casing from this 2007 murder, since you entered it in 2014, have you got any leads on it?
We've received no notification.
Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
Sure, Ms. Primovic?
Just a few questions. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Were you told if any other 380 shell casings from around 2007 were put in? Would you have any idea what did or didn't happen back in 2007?
I would not.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
I see on your report that you said that you have ejector thing. Can you explain to the jury a 380, the pistol and how shell casings eject and how we get the casings that get collected by?
Yes, when the gun is fired, the amount of force, just to give you an example, a 9mm round exerts 36,000 pounds per square inch of pressure inside that chamber. Well, the bullet goes out the barrel and all the other force forces the slide to the rear. Well, there's an extractor typically on the right side of the cartridge case that extracts the cartridge case out. As it's extracting it out, there's an ejector on the left side. It hits that ejector and then that's what sends the casing spinning out of the gun. That's on a semi-automatic handgun.
Do you know all 380s shoot out the right side that you've experienced?
I would say 99% of them do. There are a few guns out there that are for left-handed shooters.
Okay.
So that it ejects to the left-hand side, but most of your semi-automatic handguns are all eject to the right side.
You want to eject them away from the person that's shooting.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. I have no other question.
Any follow-up, Ms. Love?
Yes, just briefly. You were asked about how 380 ejects its shell casings. Do you also know how far generally a 380 would eject the shell casing?
It depends on the gun and the manufacturer. They could be different. It also depends on the ammunition. Some of it, there's 380 ammunition. There's also 380 plus P, which has got a little bit hotter powder charge. So that one's going to exert a little bit more force. So it just depends on the gun, but usually it's to the right and rear, 8 to 9 feet.
To the right and rear, 8 to 9 feet. And so if the gun is fired, left or right-handed, and it ejects backward, it could fly anywhere behind the shooter.
Correct.
You also talked just briefly about the way that the gun ejects the projectile, ejects the bullet or the shell casing. So there's gunpowder involved in this ejection process. Is that right or wrong?
There is, but with a semi-automatic pistol, most of your gunpowder goes out the barrel.
And is that a pretty heated situation inside that barrel of the gun when a bullet is fired?
Yes.
The temperatures rise to high level.
Yes, very hot because of the gases and the gunpowder explosion.
When a shell casing is ejected from a 380, without something to compare it to, is there any way to say whether or not a particular shell casing came from the gun that killed a particular person?
Not unless you had that gun where you could test fire it and compare those casings. You would have to have the suspect gun.
And are shell casings kind of heavy so that they stay in place after they're ejected?
No, when they hit, depending on the surface, if it's concrete or wood, they could bounce around. So that could affect the final laying place.
And you were also asked whether or not in 2007, you were asked or any other, you have knowledge of any other 380s being processed. By 2008, had the APD crime lab already opened and gotten up and running?
Yes, we were entering more and more stuff onto the NIBIN system.
And has your policy remained the same over the years that the crime lab has been open?
It has.
And that is either the evidence is sent to GBI to be scanned in, or you all scan it in yourselves, is that right?
Correct.
Thank you, that's all that.
Nothing else? All right. Any questions from witnesses for Detective Kilgore? Nope. All right. Thank you, sir, for your time. Appreciate it. Next witness?
They called Rebecca Cooper Jackson.
He's at the far end of the truck, so y'all can
You swear or affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
It's Rebecca Cooper Jackson, REBECCA, Cooper, COOPER, Jackson, JACKSON.
Ms. Cooper Jackson, thank you for joining us. If you are comfortable testifying with your mask off, it will help us a lot to hear you. If you're not, respect that choice, but then I'll need you to get real close to the microphone while you're testifying. It's a heavy chair.
Yes, okay.
Thank you so much. Ms. Ocom.
Ms. Cooper, can you tell us a little bit about what do you do?
I am a latent print examiner
Where are you employed?
at the Atlanta Police Department's Crime Lab.
And what do you do as a latent? First of all, what is a latent?
So a latent print examiner is a scientist who examines latent prints. A latent print is essentially an unintentional reproduction of the friction-rich skin on your soles of your feet and the palms of your hands.
And how does one become a latent?
There are several paths. Some start as crime scene technicians. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I move?
You may, yeah, the stock band, it's stuck down there, but move them however you want to move the microphone. The closer you get to it, the better it picks you up.
Okay. How about now? No, okay. So,
Great.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
How did one become a latent?
Yes, so several paths. You could start out as a crime scene investigator and you would learn latent prints that way. You can go to a specialized technical school academy to learn that way, as well as a undergraduate degree in a science. I have both the undergraduate degree in biological sciences and I attended a technical academy specific for latent prints.
And how long you have to have other training apart from the academy?
Yes, typically you do ongoing training. So as the same as an occupational job, you would continue your education throughout the years for latent prints.
And how much training have you particularly received in latent print exam?
I've had over 800 hours of training at the academy specifically. And again, since then, several continuing education courses, several conferences over the years where I've taken additional classes. So again, it's just ongoing.
And how many fingerprints or latent prints would you say you compared in your career?
Thousands.
And prior to working for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab Latent Print Unit, where were you working?
I worked at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what were you doing at the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
The same. I was a latent print examiner there as well.
Go through their training as well as the APD training, or is it one training?
Well, initially my training was at the academy that I mentioned, but both the GBI and APD have training programs.
And both the GBI program and the APD program?
Yes, both were abbreviated since I had attended the academy.
At this point, designate Ms. Jackson as an expert in latent print examination.
No objection.
Ms. Cooper Jackson, I am qualifying you for purposes of this trial as an expert in the field of latent print examination. Thank you.
So we're going to go through the basics, okay? And have you prepared or looked at, you prepare PowerPoint that would assist you in explaining the testimony of what we're about to talk to.
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been previously marked as states exhibit 74. So we recognize it, and that's the PowerPoint that will help you in demonstrating to the jury. When we talk about fingerprints and latent prints.
Yes.
You know, the state was admits 74 to publish it.
So this would be a demonstrative aid?
Yes, demonstrative.
Any objection to 74 being used for demonstrative purposes?
Demonstrative purposes only, no objection.
Okay, so it's admitted as a demonstrative, and we'll use it in that way.
Let's start with basics. What is a known print and what is a known print?
A known print would be the intentional reproduction of the friction-ridged skin on someone's hand.
And so when you say intentional reproduction, that means you know the person's name?
You would know for the purposes of why you're taking the fingerprint. So yes, you would know the person's name. And let's say they came for a job interview or something of that nature, you have to take their fingerprint so you would know exactly who they are.
Then now what is a latent?
So a latent print, again, is the unintentional reproduction of the friction-ridged skin. So you do not necessarily know who that person is. Because it's unintentional, it could be left at a desk or on a doorknob. You didn't mean to. It's a natural occurrence, everyday movement.
Ms. Cooper Jackson, we heard about rolled prints. Those would be known prints. Is that what rolled?
That's correct. Another terminology you may hear is a fingerprint card or an exemplar.
And we're talking about surfaces. So does surface matter for latent prints?
Surface does matter. It's easier, I would say, to lift latent prints from hard surfaces, desktops, and likely more of a challenge for something with a fabric or a texture.
So if it's a flat surface, it's easier for you to get print off of it.
Yes,
But if it's sort of your clothes or any of that, it's more difficult.
exactly.
Does material matter? So does wood, aluminum, or glass, does it matter if it's a flat surface?
Not so much if it's flat. Wood would be considered semi-porous, but again, it would be easily to obtain it from, say, a desktop that's obviously wood. So porous means that a liquid moisture could seep into it, whereas non-porous is a hard surface where it would not absorb a liquid. And wood is somewhere between the two because of the grain. So that would be semi-porous.
So if it's, so I'm understanding, if it's flat and it's porous or non-porous, then it's flat and it's non-porous, that's the best surface for getting a finger.
Exactly.
Now let's talk a little bit about APHIS. Are you familiar with APHIS?
Yes.
What is APHIS?
APHIS is an acronym. Actually, it stands for the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, and it is essentially a search engine for fingerprints.
So does APHIS store, when you keep all the fingerprints on APHIS, do they remain on APHIS?
Yes, for the most part, unless you are required to be printed for a job, in which my understanding is after a certain amount of time designated by that employer, they are purged. But if it is for other purposes, then they are kept on file.
And is APHIS one system? So is there a Georgia APHIS, an Illinois APHIS, or is there one APHIS that everybody uses?
So there is a state-specific APHIS, but there is also a database that the FBI uses. So all the fingerprints are housed there, but specifically APHIS is specific to each state. In other words, every state would have an APHIS system that they pull from.
So in Georgia has an APHIS system.
Correct.
Was the APHIS system in Georgia connected to the FBI APHIS system?
I don't know if connected is the right word, but you would find an overlap in individuals. Because if someone is in the Georgia APHIS, they would likely or probably show up in the FBI system as well.
And so in Georgia APHIS system, is there only one APHIS system in Georgia, or do we have multiple sub-APHIS systems in Georgia?
So in Georgia, when we search for fingerprints, we may find some in a local Atlanta database and then others in the state. So essentially kind of two houses, but the same function.
So when you, as a fingerprint examiner, are looking for prints or searching APHIS, do you search only the city since we're in Atlanta? Or do you search city APHIS system, the Atlanta system, and the state Georgia system?
So our agency requires that we search both the local Atlanta system as well as the state. And typically those searches are done simultaneously.
So is this on a computer?
Correct.
Can you tell me how you search these? Can you explain that?
So the latent print would typically be submitted to the crime lab via a smaller envelope, evidence envelope. I would then examine the contents of the envelope to ensure that, in fact, there are latent prints for my examination. Once I examine that or analyze the lift cards that have been submitted or a CD or what have you, I would then upload the images to the APHIS system. You can do that via a camera or a scanner, but either way, the images would be uploaded into the APHIS system. From there, I would give the computer the APHIS system information regarding the prints. So I would input the fingerprint pattern, different characteristics contained in the fingerprint, and then essentially submit it for the search.
And when you search, does the APHIS system do something, or what does it do?
So the system has markers and coders, and essentially it extracts the characteristics that I input. Once it does that, it uses an algorithm and it essentially matches all the candidates that correspond to the input from the fingerprint.
So do you trust the computer and say, ding, 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 this is it? Or do you have to independently by yourself compare it?
Yes, the computer is as good as the examiner who verifies it, but it gives a list of candidates, and then one by one, I look at each candidate to do a comparison of the latent print that was submitted as evidence against the candidates that the computer gave in the list. And then from there, I do a side-by-side comparison, basically going down the list until there is either an identification or I've exhausted all of the candidates on the list.
And is that for both the city APHIS and the Atlanta APHIS?
Yes, that is both for the city and the state.
City and state, yes, correct, thank you. And now that you talk about fingerprints, let's talk a little bit about fingerprints. What is a fingerprint?
So a fingerprint is essentially the pattern that is located on your fingertips. There are 3 pattern types, as you can see here, and fingerprints are developed in utero. So the 3 types of fingerprints are the loops, the whorls, and the arches. Whorls being popular, but loops being the most popular, and then arches maybe 5 or 6% of the population.
In utero, what does that mean?
So as babies are developing, you have obviously everything developing, but hands and fingertips, fingerprints, feet, the soles of your feet, they all have friction ridge. And I think as early as 6 weeks, your hands look like more like paddles. And then they separate and you get your fingers. And then as the weeks go on, you get rotation in thumbs and so on and so forth. And I think by 10 weeks, you can actually have the ridges that are developing. And that's kind of what you see, the picture of all the ridges. And then I think by 17 weeks or so, you can actually see those ridges on babies in utero. So it's just the process of formation.
I believe your screen is interactive.
Okay.
So
If you tap the lower left-hand corner, then tap that little pencil icon. Now your finger will draw in red unless you change the color of the ink,
Nice. Okay.
in theory.
you're talking about ridges. Using your finger, can you point and tell us what you mean by the ridges on your finger
Sure.
that form the loops, the whorls, and the arches?
So with a loop, you can notice here, so starting this way, I'm tracing right around what the characteristics of a loop is that they enter on one side and then exit on the same side. So it's entering this way and then it's exiting on the same side. So that's the characteristic of a loop there. Whirl, it's just how it looks. They're concentric circles. And then, of course, the arch just looks like a hill or a mountain with a peak. And then back down the opposite side. So that's the big distinction between a loop and the arch. The loop, again, in and out the same side, where arch starts on the left and ends on the right.
And under these types of fingerprints, the loops, the whorls, and the arches, I guess subsections of loops, whorls, and arches.
There are.
You erase these?
So there's a circle, it's an arrow, it is sort of like a loop that you drew. A little circle with an arrow, it's 2 down from that red dot. If you tap on that, it should, each time you tap, it's going to remove one of the things you drew.
Oh, gotcha. Yes, thank you. So in this slide, I'm just showing the subcategories. So previously we saw the plain arch. This tinted arch has a steeper peak there, so it looks a little different. The ulnar radial loops are just showing the different directions where it enters, but again, it must leave in the same direction. Plain whorls versus a central pocket. Here with the plain whorls, it's more evenly distributed between these 2 areas, which are called deltas. And with the central pocket, one of the deltas is always closer to the center. And then the last 2 are really just that accidental. You don't know what you're going to get. And the double loop, which essentially you've got 2 loops. So you see that S shape, and that's pretty prominent identifier of a double loop whorl. So the accidental, there's no rhyme or reason. We don't know why it forms the way it does. It could be the mom sleeping on one side or environmental factors. We just don't know. It's an accident.
And I've had any 2 people been known to have the same fingerprint?
No.
And why is that?
So fingerprints are unique for every individual for basically the reasons that I explained. They are developed in utero, and there's no way to predict the patterns. There's no way to predict the activity of the mother, environmental stressors, or anything like that. They're permanent, which means that they don't change over time. You are born and you're born with a certain fingerprint pattern. You also would terminate with that same pattern. And so over time, even if you were to cut your finger or jab it with an object, you'll notice the scar will come to heal your fingerprints, but essentially the pattern will never change. So you've just injured a small portion, but the pattern remains consistent.
So if you're twins, you would still not have the same fingerprints?
No, twins actually do have the same DNA, but not fingerprints.
So now, when you're comparing the known prints to the latent print, what is the methodology you use as a latent print examiner to compare known prints to a latent print?
So it's a scientific method for latent prints. It's called ACE-V. And again, that's another acronym. It stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation. And then the last step is more of a check of the scientists, and that's the verification of the work.
Let's start with the analysis portion. What are you doing when you're doing the analysis portion?
So the analysis is essentially the very first step. It's when I said that they would be presenting the evidence to me in a packet. I open it up. I would take a look at the lift cards. I would obviously notice those 3 pattern types because that would stand out first. I would notice if it looks like it could have been wet, if there was a substance, because you'd see little droplets. I'd notice the size of it. It's pretty much just gathering information about what I see for the first time. And then also I could go kind of a step further and notice those characteristics that I mentioned earlier. And those are actually called bifurcations and ending ridges. Every fingerprint has those. So I would notice those as well. And then kind of a really deep dive into the print would be if I noticed any pores. We have sweat pores on our fingers, and you can actually see those sometimes when people touch a surface, depending on how light they touch it or with how much pressure they touch it. But that would be something that I would look at on screen, make it larger because they're really, really small. And I would see, does it look like the fingerprint was left and there was movement? Was there smearing and things like that? That's where it says if distortion is noted. And then lastly, examiners, we have access to a chart, and we just basically plot the quality of the latent print with how many of those characteristics are present. And it gives us an overall score, more or less, of if the print is of great quality or really bad quality. It just helps us to go into the examination with some sort of kind of ground truth on what we're looking at.
So when you're analyzing, it matters if the latent print is of great quality or bad.
Absolutely.
So if it's of great quality, then you can compare better, or?
Yes, if it's a good quality impression, then I would be able to see those characteristics. If it's not a good quality, then sometimes it's even deemed as no value, meaning it's not worthy, more or less, to move forward to even get to the comparison stage.
And then so this is what you were talking about.
Yes.
You use words and pictures better than words. So explain to us what the ridges and bifurcations you were talking.
So earlier I mentioned the characteristics, and they're listed here. A bifurcation is, well, as you can see right here. So it's pointing to the area where the ridge splits, bifurcates. So here, this is pointing to an area where there's just a single ending ridge. It stops. It doesn't split, it just stops there. And then here, what they've called an enclosure, if you notice, it's just essentially 2 bifurcations, one this way and then the other that way. So kind of the 2 of them together is gonna make an oval or what we call an enclosure, or some examiners call it an island. It's just to signify this area right there.
So an enclosure is an island.
Yes.
Interchangeable. And what about the ridge dot? What is that?
So a dot, it's interesting because the APHIS system does not recognize anything without direction. So in other words, which way is a dot going? You don't know. It's not big enough to assign a direction. So that isn't anything that I would plot into the APHIS system, but it is something that I would look for in a comparison, and actually a very unique feature that would hold a lot of weight if it actually reproduced.
So you're saying dots are rare?
Yes.
So is that one of the reasons why APHIS tells you this, you physically as the examiner still have to examine whatever APHIS fits?
Yes. Again, ending ridges and bifurcations, that's what makes up the characteristics that we look for. But on an occasion, you'll see something stand out to you, like a dot in the center of this delta that would stick out, or a combination of this island so close to a dot. That would be something that would stick out to me. And so we just would examine all of these different characteristics and then move on to the comparison phase. So in the comparison phase, we choose a target group, which would be essentially those characteristics. We focus on one set of characteristics. And then in the fingerprint card or the known, we would look for those specific characteristics. So we may find them in agreement, we may find them disagreement. It's a part of the process. You don't know what you're going to get. You look and you either find it there and you see the agreement, or you don't and it's disagreement. But either way, you just do a side-by-side comparison, just a back and forth. And then the last step for the initial examiner is the evaluation. So you essentially use all the information that you just acquired throughout the analysis and the comparison to make the determination whether it's an identification, and that means it came from the same source, the latent and the exemplar, an exclusion, and that's saying that it did not come from the same source, or inconclusive. And so you may find something inconclusive. You don't have enough information to support an identification, or you don't have enough information to support excluding something. So it falls somewhere in the middle of, I'm not sure, I don't know, or the exemplars are not good enough quality to determine, or the latent print is not a good enough quality to determine. And then the last step in ACE-V actually involves a second examiner. So the first examiner is done with the ACE, but the verification part would be done by a second trained examiner who essentially goes through the same process, and they may or may not agree with the initial examiner, but it's their responsibility more or less to go through those same steps. So they would analyze the latent, they would choose a target group, look for that same target group in the exemplars, and do their own comparison, and then come up with their decision as well.
Is this a blind comparison? So the verifying is a different latent print examiner. Verifying the initial latent print examiner's work. Is it a blind comparison? So do we know that the first latent print examiner found the match, and then do they know the match, or do they just start the whole process again?
So it can go either way. You can do a blind verification, like you said, where you don't have any information, or you can do what we call a standard verification. You may know what the initial examiner, what their conclusion was, but either way, you're still required to do the same thing.
And is this method, the ACB method for comparing fingerprints, is this widely accepted in the scientific community?
Yes.
Do you know the error rates for, the fingerprint identification?
The error rate is less than 1%, and I believe it's 0.025 or 0.0025 when the verification piece is added to it. So it's even less, because obviously if a mistake were made, the second examiner would catch it, and that is what decreases that error rate even more.
So you talked about the APHIS process and the latent prints, bringing out the fingerprints and comparing it. So walk me through the process. You get a latent print, right? And you want to run APHIS. How do you do that? What's the process?
So I would receive the evidence packet. I would first analyze for value. So that's the first step, to say, is this something that I should or can even move forward with to submit it to APHIS. I would mark on the evidence packet my decision there. And then another qualified examiner would review that and initial their findings as well. And then from that step, I would, if it was found that this was of value, I would submit the latent fingerprint card. I use a camera at my desk. I would submit the card under a camera. I would take a photo of the fingerprint card, and I would plot those characteristics that I mentioned earlier. So if I saw bifurcations on the left portion of the print, or if I saw ending ridges, I would plot that into the APHIS system. I would enter the fingerprint type, whether it was that loop, whorl, or an arch. And then I would submit it to both the local and the state for a return. It also asks about the axis, I believe, which the fingerprint sits on. I think it asks also to go through the minutia that are plotted one by one. And then I would submit and then just wait for a response from the system, which can take an hour or a day, just depending on the time of day which we run it. I've found that if I get there early and kind of beat other people, it returns faster, versus mid-afternoon when everyone is working, it may take a little longer. So that's the process.
And so then Claire, when you get your latent prints and you upload it and you plot the information, APHIS spits out the information to you.
Yes.
And that information, depending on how many it gives you, is there a standard number of, so if I put latent print A into APHIS, does APHIS always give you the same number, or does it vary of the amount of information it spits out?
So I think you're asking about the number that comes back.
Yes.
So that number can be qualified or set by an agency. So if I wanted to look at 50, I could. If I wanted to look at 5, I could. At our agency, we look at 10. And I've seen statistics that usually it's within the first 5 or 6. And even lower than that, but we continue to look at 10 candidates.
So number 1 candidate is supposed to match the number 10 candidate, or is it flipped, or it doesn't matter?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you would get a number 1 and it's the top candidate, but sometimes it can hit at number 5 or 6. So.
And is that part of the process why the latent print examiners themselves have to examine each?
Exactly. If we trusted that the number 1 candidate was the person that is on the latent, we may not find, we would not find, I should not say may, we would not find the identifications all the time because it just doesn't work that way. It's not always number one.
And so when a print is being uploaded into APIS, and no print, is there certain information that has to be put in when you're putting it up into APIS?
Yes.
Is this required, or does the latent examiner just get to decide?
No, it's required by the agency, but moreover, it's required by APHIS so that it assists with the search. Again, you have to input the characteristics, the pattern type in order for it to use that information to produce the candidate list. So that is what the candidate list is based on, the information that the examiner inputs.
The candidate list information that is in APIS, is that known prints that are put up in APIS?
Yes.
And so when it's put up in APIS, are there pictures? What kind of information is given with the candidate list from APIS?
The candidate list comes back with a APHIS identification number, which would be a local number if it responds or corresponds with the local search, or it comes back with the state identification number, which signifies that this person is in the state database. So it gives those two pieces of information just off the bat. And also there's a small section that indicates how it was searched. So it may say RS, which is the right slant loop, or it may have a W to say that it was searched as a whirl. But essentially those things are on the return. And then at the top, I think it has a date, time, stamp, case number, and things like that.
So the state identification number, is that a unique number? So can two people have the same state identification number?
No, my understanding is a person is assigned a state identification number.
Does it also contain information like date of birth, height, weight, age, race?
The first list that comes back only has the state or local identification number. I believe in order to get some of the information that you just described, I would have to then put that state identification number in, like as a next step to retrieve more information.
So the unique state identification number, when you put that number in, it is to tell you all of the other information, the race, age, well, not age, date of birth.
Yes.
Height, weight. Does it give you social security number as well?
I've seen social security numbers pop up. I don't remember if it's through APHIS or the GBI, but I have seen social security numbers on occasion.
But all of that information is tied to that one unique state identification number.
Yes.
And so if, for example, known A, one person A's state ID number is 200. No matter how many times 200 was entered, 200 will still go to the state identification.
Yes, and if a person is entered several times, they merge them so they only have one state identification number. If a person were to have two, then there's a problem. They would delete one, merge them, and so everyone would have a single state identification number.
Then the APHIS program runs on single identification number for each individual prints.
Correct.
One person.
Correct.
Will you ask to work on state on case number 070?
Before we go there, it's a natural transition point. We're not taking our afternoon break. We're going to do that soon, but I want to do that closer to 3 so we can make it to 5. Everyone stand up a little bit. If you need to change seats, change seats. We're just going to get that blood flowing before we pivot from background on methodology to the specifics. And apparently Ms. Ocom needed a break. All right, folks seem ready. Ms. Okam, are you ready?
Yes.
Great.
Were you asked to?
Sorry.
We asked to compare prints in case number 0707520074.
Yes.
And when were you asked to compare the prints?
I believe that was back in May. My immediate supervisor brought me the case file from our archives, I believe, because it was an older case and it had already been worked. It had been filed in their storage system. And so she brought it for a reexamination.
So you're saying another latent print examiner have already examined the print and come to a conclusion?
Yes.
And do you know the latent print examiner that's examining?
Not personally. We've never met personally, but he works with a friend.
And what was the name of the latent print examiner that she was speaking?
Sam McCook.
And sorry, I missed it.
McCook.
Still on the screen?
So I can see witness.
Yeah, can we go back to the witness, please? Thank you.
And so Mr. McCook had already examined it, he had a result already, correct?
Correct.
You know the answer to his examination before you began your examination.
Yes.
Means that you knew his results. Did you still go through the ACB methodology? Or did you just do the verification process since he had already examined?
No, I started fresh as if I was the first examiner, not the verifier. So I did the analysis, the comparison, and then evaluated after I ran the print again.
I'll show you what has been previously admitted as states 41. Is this the latent print you were asked to compare or identify?
Yes, this is the packet that I received.
Trying to compare all three prints that were lifted from the window screen.
So I determined that there were 4 total lift cards in the packet, but I determined that 2 were not of value. So as I mentioned earlier, some just aren't quality enough to move forward. They may just be too dark or too smudged, but 2 of them I had determined were not of value. And then I did an analysis on the second 2. Because I was re-examining this, I marked my analysis in red so that we could kind of distinguish between what had been done previously and my new analysis. And so everything that I analyzed in May, I marked in red and then moved forward and entered them into the APHIS system.
When was the date for when McCook analyzed and put his information?
I would say 12/5/2018 based on the label that is on this particular card. And this card does not have a label, just the date of the fingerprint card, which was 3/16/07.
So the fingerprint card was lifted March 16, 2007, and the day McCook made his decision was December
5th,
2018.
correct.
So, and showing you what are the remarks is exhibit 49. So after the information of wage increase into the system, into the APHIS system, did you search both the city APHIS system and the Georgia APHIS system?
Yes,
And when you searched, you got a list, candidate list,
correct.
and then you compared them, correct?
Yes,
And that's the information you got that was sent to you from, that you received from APHIS.
yes, this is a printout of the one that would come from the state. And then the other comes from the local. Yes, the local database.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit state exhibit 49.
No objection.
49 is admitted. The exhibit lists makes it sound like this is something different. What would you call what you just admitted? So I'm keeping track.
It's the APHIS printout of the match to what the state would call the defendant's prints.
Okay.
Yes. Apologize, Your Honor. So now let's concentrate on this particular case when you're working it, right? I see numbers and you have a print that comes back to Jerry Bernard, Jerry Hodges, correct?
Correct.
And this was what you did to be the match, is that right?
Yes,
On the print, does it have identifying information at the top of it?
the fingerprint card.
Yes.
Yes, both fingerprint cards. Yes.
You use your screen since so that we all follow. So tell me which one's the state identification, which one's the date of birth, which one's the race, and all of that from looking at states in 49. I'm 74 for your demonstrative part of it that was extracted from 49.
Okay.
So we're clear what's on the screen now is what?
74.
What page? If it's numbered, it just, for the record, it will help. I don't know that they're page numbers to 74. If not, don't
Oh, I'm sorry.
trouble it. All right, so we're looking at page 10 from state 74.
Which, yes, Your Honor, which was the fingerprint that APHIS got out from states 49.
Okay,
To demonstrate.
okay.
So I see the information. Can you tell me which one's the state ID number?
It is the one I just circled.
And then that's the one that remains the same that follows you.
Correct.
And what's beside it?
I believed that to be his date of birth because typically it's written this way, the 8th day of the 3rd month and then the full birth year in the front.
That's a little bit not clear, but is that March 8th of 1991?
Correct.
And beside at the end, what does that stand for?
Male,
The B beside it.
black.
The 5, is that 505?
Yes, I do not know.
What's beside that, the 140?
I do not know.
And what's the BRO and the BLK?
Brown and black.
On top of it, does it give the names?
It does.
And that's written out, and that's what APHIS gives you.
Correct. So the candidate list comes first. The number that ends in H that I've circled here, I'll circle again, is listed on the candidate list. I take that number, I input it into their archive system, which houses all of the fingerprint cards. And this is the card that corresponded with the candidate on the list that was initially produced and that I matched the two as an ID.
And does that also give you a picture? So the APHIS will give you a picture, the ID, and then the prints.
It gives the pictures when I enter this SID number and when I retrieve this fingerprint card. So first the list, it spits out this number, then the number spits out this fingerprint card and any other information that's not listed. It may show a picture. I think now that I'm looking at it might be a height and weight. So it gives all the information there.
So the APHIS system, when you put in the identification, it will have a picture, and then the picture will also have a fingerprint attached to the picture.
Correct. And possibly palm prints if they're on file as well.
So the APHIS, so 40, states 49 will have the picture and this print with it, that APHIS state.
Yes.
Okay. So now I see when we're working it up, you have numbers on the fingers. Why are you numbering them that way, and what does that mean?
So I think to the average person, it likely looks backwards, but we start with the right hand. And so rather than start far left and move to right, we start with the right hand. So your right thumb is actually number 1. And so that's why we signaled this, because it can be a little confusing. So the right thumb is number 1, then you count your entire right hand. And then your left hand thumb becomes number 6, and then you go to your little, not as you would think.
So it's counterintuitive.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were comparing, what do you use to compare to figure out whose fingerprint belongs to who?
Well,
Figure out if there's a match or not. I apologize.
Well, initially, when I'm looking at the fingerprint cards here, I use like a basic magnifier if I need to. And then once in the APHIS system, you can, roll the mouse to enlarge and utilize it that way.
And what is the purpose of that arrow that you're pointing out and bringing to the right?
So I just enlarged the number 8, which is the one that was produced in the candidate list for APHIS. Again, it produces just the fingers that correspond with the input. So it's just a bunch of fingers. It is then, of course, up to the examiner to do the comparison. But then when I took the numbers, the SID number that corresponded to that finger, that is how I produced the entire fingerprint card for this person.
And all of this, are you looking at this on the APHIS system screen, or do you have your own screen?
No, we have a separate lab. So I have a regular work desk, but then we have a separate lab that each of the examiners, we have desks there as well. So this was all done in the APHIS lab.
So it's the lab. So what does the lab entail? Is it like a specialized computer?
It is. We only do the searches on on that particular computer, the local, the state, and then there is one that we can search the FBI as well.
And so is this the example of what you're talking about, like APHIS spits out to you?
Yes, so this is the example of what was returned after I submitted the latent. So the latent is on the left and what came back is on the right.
And what is this record that you put left lift is covered from edge of window screen and documented print for Jerry Hodges? So SID, is that the same SID number we've been talking about?
Correct. It's state identification. And each lift card, the officer or crime scene person, whoever lifts this is required to write the location. So on the back of the lift cards, there is essentially like a fill in the blank section. And so they write exactly where it was lifted from. And sometimes that's helpful to the examiner so that they kind of know how an object was held or how it was touched. And it gives you a little bit to go on so you know where to look for a particular impression or the minutia, or excuse me, the characteristics.
So you just said minutia, so you know I'm gonna ask you about it. What is this minutia?
It's just another way to say the characteristics.
So I see there are red dots on your demonstrative and your point. Are those points? What are those red dots on both of them? What do they mean?
So those coincide with the characteristics, just the same as that previous slide where we went over the bifurcations and the ending ridges. And we even talked about the dot. This is an example of those. So you would see here the bifurcation. Remember, it splits into two. And then here, that would be an ending ridge. It just stopped. Here, again, it splits. And so these would be examples of those characteristics that we look for and we do the comparison.
So that I'm clear, the picture on the left is the latent print that was lifted up of the window screen. And then the picture on the right is the prints that of Jerry Hodges.
Correct.
And so I see all those dots. Do you have to have, is there a number of minutia you're supposed to have before you say this is the same person? Or is there a standard points, I see points on your comparison? Are there a number of points you have to reach before you say this is a match?
No.
So what goes into you deciding that yes, this is a match?
So it's the totality of the impression. Our agency requires 7 minutia to move forward with a comparison. It's different for every agency. I think APHIS, you can search with as little as 4 minutia, but again, our agency operating procedures require 7. So here it would just be me pointing out the minutia, the characteristics that I saw in the latent and then in the exemplar that came back from the APHIS system.
And so the points you have, how many corresponding, based on your analysis, was there between the latent prints and the fingerprints of Jerry Hodges?
I could count them now, but again, we don't really look at how many, there were to, I want to say, prove a point or make an identification. It really would be the overall consistency, similarity from the latent to the source. So if I were to count now, and there are 12 here. There are 12 here. that is a part of why we came to the determination that this was the same source, but not the final decision maker, if that makes sense. We also, as you notice, it's the same pattern type. You'll see the area to the right here, which is called the delta here. That is, that has the same characteristics in each. The size, the shape, the clarity, all of those things are factored into the decision. So I hesitate to say it was just because there were whatever number I just counted.
So as a totality of all of that, then you said, yes, this latent lift was Jerry Hodges.
Yes.
And did you decide which finger it was counting? Right, or counting which finger it was that left it?
So actually, the previous slide, the candidate list actually tells the examiner which finger it has matched. And then from there, when I get the fingerprint card back, I naturally go to the one finger that it pointed out to see if in fact it's accurate.
What finger was it in this particular case that you were?
It was the left middle. And so when we count, that's number 8.
It was number 8 one was the match.
Yes.
And when did you come to this conclusion? What date was that?
I believe it was on the 23rd. And then, but it is written on the, or it is documented on the search result. So in other words, the previous slide likely has the date, and that would say exactly, yeah. I don't know if it's clear enough.
Put it on the latent print list.
Yes, so the date that's on the latent print is 5/23/22.
So that was the date that you said that this is a match.
Right.
May 23rd of this year.
Correct.
And you matched only the number 8 figure. What about the other two? So the latent print has, this window screen had 3 lists in it. So it's 1, 2, 3, right?
Yes.
So which one matched? Was it the top? I'm not explaining this. Was it from the card? Was the first one 1, 2, 3? Or was it?
Sure. Let's see. Get it to work.
So, just gotta switch it. Stuff.
Did you unshare?
Yes.
Okay.
So looking at it from, counting from the left, so you said the left is where your information you read that said you matched it on May 23rd of 2022. And you said McCook, the other latent print examiner, you differentiated it by writing red, so his would be black. He matched it on December 5th, 2018.
Yes.
So now there are 3 prints on the card. So which of the 3 was the one that matched, that says that's the 8th finger of Jerry Hodges?
The one here.
I don't know that you can
Oh.
mark on it now
Okay.
because it's not, I think you'll just use your verbal skills to describe.
Yes, it is the one to the far right. It has L2A above it. And again, I'm red,
So where Ms. Love is pointing,
a little higher. Yes, that is the impression that I identified.
So now the other 2 to the left of it, what happened to that? Did you try to compare those?
Absolutely not. They just look like black blotches.
So you're there, what was the term they used? Not suitable for comparison?
Exactly. They were of no value.
Thank you, Judge.
So after you come to your conclusion, was your process verified?
Yes,
So a different person verified it?
yes.
Who verified your finding of this fingerprint?
My supervisor, Sandra Tullis.
It was only after, is it after the verification is made that then you issue?
Correct. You, again, after ACV has been completed by the first examiner, the second examiner verifies, and then we're able to release an official report.
So following that math, Senator Tall could be the fourth later for examiner from your office that had viewed this case.
Correct.
So Ms. Jackson, your expert opinion as a latent print examiner is the print on the lift card, Jerry Hodges, number 8.
Yes.
I don't have any questions.
All right. Ms. Primovic or Ms. Feely, who's handling this witness? You are. Would you like to take our afternoon break now?
Sure.
Okay, it's 3. We're halfway there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take 10 to 12, maybe 13-minute break. Please don't talk about the case while you are in the jury room or in that nice hallway behind it. We'll get you back in here. Ms. Primovic will conduct her cross-examination of Ms. Cooper Jackson. Thank you so much. Go with Deputy Gordon. Ms. Ocom, anything you need to get on the record before we break?
No, Judge.
Ms. Primovic.
There you are.
All right, we'll see everyone in about 12 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down. Is it easier this way or that way?
Hey, Marilyn, I need to tell you something. Sorry, I know you guys didn't have anything. But I want to let you know before I report down. Marilyn, I didn't know because I was busy. Her supervisor.
Next one. It's on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it is a violation of rule.
Yes.
Yeah. So just now.
Yeah, for, Marilyn, which was testified, thanks to training to teacher. I'm a attorney too. I don't know anything about it, but.
All right, bring it up.
Yeah, I'd be helpful.
Thank you. We'll go on Flotty.
Did they play the Yes. That's a weird. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's very good. The thing, because we want you to last. Yes. Okay, yeah.
I just, you asked us to talk and you said.
Ms. Primovic, you ready for Mr. Hodges?
I am.
Let's bring him out, please. Ms. Ocom, you ready for the jury?
No, Judge, just something briefly before we call the jury. I was made aware while Ms. Jackson was testifying that her supervisor was in court and was only recording her for purposes of training. I've notified Ms. Primovic as well. I just wanted to bring that to the court's attention.
Okay, you're bringing it to my attention for the Rule 22, don't record in court?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. And you are, I just want to refer you by name. Ms. Tullis, how you doing, Ms. Tullis? And with the mask, I didn't recognize you. What you did was fine in terms of training and development, all that. Just for future reference, if you're going to record something in a courtroom, check with the deputies, they'll check with the judge. No one's in trouble and it doesn't affect these proceedings at all. But the sheriff's folks can appropriately come down pretty hard if someone's recording. And so in the future, again, just run it through them. They'll run it through me or any other judge. And I would bet 9 times out of 10, they'll say that's fine. We'd want to bounce it off the defense attorneys. They shouldn't care either, again, if it's for training purposes. So thank you, Ms. Ocom. Ms. Primovic, any concern you want to get on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Were you able to get any of it before you were thrown out of the courtroom or tackled or whatever happened? Okay.
Now I apologize.
Nope, that's okay.
And so she wanted to ask if she can continue or she has to stop where she stopped for a break.
Unless the deputies have a concern, now that we've talked about it, I don't mind. Well, it is, the buck stops with you, man. It's your courtroom. Okay, so you may resume recording. I didn't notice it was happening. I did notice a brief interaction. It was very, very subtle. It's straight in front of me. So as long as there's not a bright light or the machine goes click, 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 click all the time, then not an issue, okay? You bet. All right. Okay, let's bring the jury in.
All right, adjourned.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Thank you, folks, for the few extra minutes. I had an issue arise that I needed to deal with in another matter, unrelated to anyone in this courtroom, except for me. We still have Ms. Cooper Jackson on the stand, and she is about to begin answering questions from Ms. Primovic on behalf of the defense.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I just have a few questions.
Yes.
So you were talking about the verifier. So the verifier gets your card and just checks. And I want to put up on to make sure that we all know what what she's checking with. So what do you give her for her to verify? Is this what you give her? What do you give her?
She has that, but she has the entire case file. So she also has the actual physical evidence.
Okay, she has the actual print.
Mhm.
And then do you give her something like what's on the screen now from the states?
Yes.
What exhibit?
The individual card or the PowerPoint?
49. Okay, so this is what she gets and the actual card.
Correct.
Okay, she doesn't get any of the other 9 that you looked at.
No, she would also get, and I don't know if the actual fingerprint card. She
Okay,
would get that, but she would not get fingerprint cards for the other 9.
okay. So you hand them to her and you say, here, I got someone, check and make sure it's legit.
Well, it's basically the process of verification. So likely in addition to this one, she's handed, let's say, 2 files for verification or whatever it happens to be on that particular day.
Do you have any idea how long it took her to verify or any of those things?
I don't.
Hours, minutes, days?
I don't. She signed it on the 27th. So I'm likely then.
So the length of time that she used to verify it, you don't know.
Only that she signed it on the 27th. I don't know.
So it couldn't have been more than 4 days. If you did yours on the 23rd.
Correct.
Could have been 1 minute, we don't know, but it couldn't have been more than 4 days.
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Cooper Jackson, you all, you're aware of the 2004 bombing of the Madrid commuter train?
Yes.
Okay, and that was a big problem, right, with fingerprints because a man from Oregon had to have his fingerprints on a piece of plastic over in Madrid, and he was arrested for that, wasn't he?
Yes.
And the FBI decided that the issue with that was a confirmation bias, correct?
Correct.
So they stated that telling your verifier, this is who I found, is problematic.
Yes. In that particular case, it was.
Right. And so they stated that they suggest the practice should be not letting the verifier know your conclusion when you give it, correct?
Correct.
But in 2022, City of Atlanta was still using that process.
That is correct. I think you're speaking of blind verification. And yes, that is one of the types of verification.
And so there's a lot of reviews and research on confirmation biases, correct?
Yes.
And that means confirmation bias, that if another human is looking at someone else's results and they know what the answer is, they could be persuaded consciously, subconsciously, unconsciously to confirm the results of what the person found.
They could be.
Thank you.
Ms. Ocamp, any follow-up?
Yes, just briefly. But in it was suggested that is this required for latent brain examiners to always do a blind confirmation process?
No.
And then this fingerprint is sort of different because there were 4 fingerprint examiners that looked at this print.
Correct.
So the first one did it, and then there was a verifier on that one in 2018.
Yes.
And then in 2022, you did it, and there was a verifier for you as well.
Correct.
And when you did it in 2022, did you know, did you work through some McCook's information, or did you print out the information on yourself?
No, I started fresh in 2022. And only after did I come to understand why it was even coming back up, because both Sam and his verifier were unavailable. Sam's overseas and the other examiner was out on FMLA.
And that's why you had to retest it again.
Correct.
No further questions.
Briefly on that, Juror. Thank you. So you stated on direct that you knew the answer of the results from Mr. Cook, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you knew that if APHIS or City of Atlanta APHIS or whoever kicked you 10 samples, 10 sets of fingerprints, you knew in there the answer lied.
No, so I did not view the previous candidate list. I started fresh and reviewed my candidate list, and I still didn't go back to look at the one from 2018. I just knew that neither of the people who initially worked the case were available and that it was going to be called and we needed to start over.
But you knew that there was somebody in APHIS that was located.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jurors, questions for Ms. Cooper Jackson? See a few cards. Deputy Gordon, please. Thank you, sir. Excuse me, attorneys, please.
Are you sure?
Ms. Cooper Jackson, can you explain again what blind verification would be? So you're doing your job, you say, I think this matches this, and you submit it for verification, but it's a blind verification, which you said is not what happened here. What would that be?
So that would be me giving a fingerprint card. I'd have to scan it or copy it or something because we initially put the designation on the fingerprint card. So if it were going to be blind, I'd have to submit this latent along with the exemplar, the fingerprint card, to another examiner with the directive of a comparison.
So that person would start as you started, well, maybe not even as you started, because we'll talk about this in a minute. They wouldn't know if it matches. They wouldn't know, more importantly, that you had made a match and they just are going to confirm it.
No, they wouldn't know. It's, you compare it and they would come up with their own decision. They could also, I could not give a fingerprint card and direct them to run it, and I'm not entirely sure, but typically the blind is the comparison, not the initial part of running it.
The culling it through APHIS and saying, here's the 10.
Yeah, because you can't control that part of it.
Okay. So Mr. McCook, who does what you do, he, a few years before you did, concluded that the third print to the right on the card, the lift card, was a match to Mr. Hodges. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did you know about that before you started, you got involved in this case?
Just that initially there was an identification. And again, I was informed that neither he nor my other coworker were available to come here. And so I'm not sure.
Meaning Mr. McCook's wouldn't be able to testify, nor his supervisor who did the verification.
Nor his verifier.
I'm sorry, his verifier,
Correct.
his V and the ACE V.
Correct.
They're both out of pocket.
Yes.
Military deployment, FMLA, whatever it is. And so the state needed someone to run a comparison, see if there's a match, and that was you.
Correct.
Okay. When you started that process, you got the assignment. Here you go, Ms. Cooper Jackson. Did you know that Mr. McCook's had already said that print lifted from a screen at a house, that belonged to, in Mr. McCook's opinion, Mr. Hodges, or just that it matched a human being on planet Earth who was in APHIS?
So honestly, both, because it's indicated here, the information, but when we get these lift cards, they're often marked. Like I said, the back is the fill-in. We run cold cases and they've already been annotated, but again, I just started over. I didn't want to mark on this one. So I just started the process and put my findings on the side, but it looked just like this without the red.
Okay, if you'd show the jury what it, so you got it, it already had that sticker with the black ink handwriting on it.
That's correct.
And when you say started fresh, then you put those prints into APHIS to see what came out.
I put L2A, which I arched here, and then I also put L1A, which was a different card here. And these were the two that I deemed not of value. So those I did not use at all,
Okay.
just the two.
And then got the results you got from APHIS and ultimately reached your conclusion.
Correct. I received the candidate list back.
Understood. Ms. Primovic asked you about the Madrid bombing and the gentleman from Oregon who was initially connected to it by way of confirmation biased fingerprint identification. Are you aware from your review of the literature in your field of other examples along the lines of the Madrid bombing?
I can't say that I am, that is the most known or high profile misidentification in the latent community. So it's used as an example, particularly with confirmation bias.
Okay. Ms. Ockham, do you have any follow-up questions for Ms. Cooper Jackson?
For when you explained, just so I'm clear, of when you lost the information that the previous fingerprint examiner was unavailable because of military orders, you started afresh. So did you know that the match belonged to Jerry Hodges, or did you put the print information into APHIS and then it spat you out the list of candidates, then you went through one by one each candidate?
Both. So the fingerprint card came to me just, as I said, without my sticker and without the red. But I started from the beginning because I couldn't verify for someone who wasn't going to be present. And the directive was to re-examine. So I had to start over, more or less. So this fingerprint card went into, it's like under a camera system. I captured this impression first, and then I began the normal workup. You saw on the other slide, the minutia, and I put in the type of fingerprint pattern. I marked the minutia, and I submitted it. And then I submitted on both the local and the state, and both came back with a candidate list. I never compared my candidate list to the initial one just because it didn't matter really. This was my fresh start. And so I compared only the candidate list that came back on the day that I ran it. There were 10, I believe, on each. And the local, I believe, he was candidate 3, and then on the GBI, I remember it being the first candidate. So I'm not sure because I didn't compare the candidate lists. I only compared the current list that I was provided with my search.
When you put it up in APHIS.
Correct.
And then when APHIS spits you out numbers, you said you got 10 on the city APHIS, and then 10 as well on the state's APHIS, correct?
Correct.
And then the defendant was number 3 on the city and number 1 on the state?
I believe so.
When this APHIS for the city and the APHIS for the state spits you out numbers, does it give you names, or does it just give you this SID that you belong?
Just the SID. I would have to then take the SID and enter it so that it can give me the fingerprint card, which houses all the information.
And so when you start, you put SID number 1 from number 1, get that information, you compare, and then you put SID number 2, you go through all of that process. So do you go through all 10, or do you stop at something?
If I find an identification, I stop. So at number 1, the state that it was the first one, there was no need to go any further. On the local one, I started at the beginning. The first one was not an identification, nor the second. But when I got to the third, it was an identification. So then I stopped.
Have you ever verified for someone as their verifier?
Yes.
And so how do you guard against the bias, confirmation bias, when you're verifying something?
So essentially by going through the methodology, doing your own analysis, doing your own comparison, and then evaluating it yourself. It's just good science. No one gives you something and you say, okay, you have to, as a part of your professional protocol, you just have to use the methodology. And it's okay if you don't reach the same decision. It's okay if you do, but you just follow the steps.
So in your field and you're professional, as an expert in the professional field, everybody has to go through before they confirm, because as an expert in the field of talking about science, you have to know it for yourself before you.
Yes.
And that's the perfect standard, I guess, operating procedures for examiners in your field.
Yes.
Did you know that the third or the first person was Jerry Hodges, when you got your list before you confirmed?
No, the list doesn't tell you a name. It just gives a list of numbers. So the state gives you a list of numbers, and we know it's the state because it usually ends in a letter. But then the local one gives you a list of just numbers. So that's kind of how we distinguish the two, but you don't have a name or a date of birth or anything specific except for those numbers.
So then when you get the confirmation and then you put the SID number, that's when it gives you the picture.
Right.
Thank you.
Ms. Privik?
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great weekend. You can leave things like that. The district attorney's office will clean that up. Next witness.
State calls Dr. Michael Henniger. Judge, I'm gonna step outside. I know he was right by the door. So
Okay.
right outside.
Very cool.
One of you, Ms. Ocam, someone needs to clean up the space in front of Dr. Henniger. It's got, either one of you is fine. It just got lots of fingerprinty stuff. No, it's okay. All right, let's swear him in, please. Please, that would help. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Dr. Michael Henniger. That's Michael and then Henninger.
Dr. Henninger, good afternoon. I don't know if you know this, but there was a possibility that your boss could have been on this jury, which would have been very entertaining to me.
I was where she was doing that. That would have
She had jury duty. She was on our larger panel of 60. She didn't quite make the cut, which dismayed me. It would have been fun to have your boss on the jury.
Good afternoon, Dr. Henniger.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Excellent.
Dr. Henniger, would you please tell the jury where it is that you are currently employed?
Okay, I work at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
And you can lean into that mic so we can hear you all the way at the end of the year.
Okay.
And what do you do at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Okay, I'm one of the forensic pathologists. And basically what we do is we conduct death investigations of suspicious or violent deaths. And so we have a team of people that do this. We have investigators that gather information. We have physicians who perform examinations and review the information. And we have other people that technical people help us do the autopsies, and we also have administrative people. So I'm one of the physicians on that team.
Dr. Henniger, I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit louder because I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
All right. You said that you're one of the forensic pathologists. Explain to the jury what a pathologist is.
Okay, a pathologist is a specialty of medicine, and basically pathologies is the specialty is interested in the appearance of diseases and injuries, and so most pathologists look at things. Okay, the forensic end of this is just a subspecialty of it, and we're interested in looking at things that are likely to come to court, and most of them are death investigations in the United States. So basically, pathology is a subspecialty of medicine that's devoted to examining human remains that that had untoward things happen to them.
How long have you worked as a forensic pathologist?
Since July of 1995.
And did I hear you mention autopsies in your explanation of what a forensic pathologist is?
Yes.
Would you please explain to the jury what an autopsy is?
Okay, an autopsy is an examination of the remains of a deceased individual, and it's conducted to try and determine the cause and manner of death. It has two parts. There's an external examination, and then there's an internal examination. The external examination, we look at the external surfaces of the body. We may also be looking at clothing, medical devices that may be confused with injuries. And then the internal examination, we open the bodies with the standard incisions and examine the organs in the bodies. And then the organs are removed and dissected and looked at in a systematic way. This is all done to try and find diseases and injuries that might have led to the cause of death. And then, of course, this is all documented with photography and with written reports.
During your time as a forensic pathologist, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I lost count years and years ago. We do at least 250 a year. It's been more than 20 years, so it's in the several thousand.
Dr. Henniger, please tell the jury your background, training, education, and experience that qualifies you to hold the position of forensic pathologist at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay, I started out at Utah State University and I received a Bachelor of Science degree in biology. I went to the University of Utah and I received an MD degree. And then I went into the military and I did an internal medicine internship at Keesler Air Force Base, which is in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you mind, Mr. Mays? I'm just worried that the juror next to you is, oh, you good? We're back. All right.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. No, it's not you at all, doctor.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I think I was in Mississippi last when I stopped. I did an internship in internal medicine at Biloxi, Mississippi, in an Air Force hospital at Keesler Air Force Base. Then I went back to Utah and I did a 4-year pathology residency at the University of Utah, and then I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship in Minneapolis up at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. And after I finished all that training, I came here and began working for Fulton County.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, many times.
Do you know how many times?
Hundreds of times. I haven't kept track of that.
And have you testified here in Fulton County and been qualified as an expert in that field?
Yes, I have.
Judge, I tender Dr. Michael Henniger as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection.
Dr. Henniger, you are again qualified as an expert, this time in the case of State versus Hodges, as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Henniger, back in 2017, I'm sorry, 2007, did you have an occasion to perform an autopsy on the body of Malik Buchanan?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 67. You seen this one? Okay. As well as State's Exhibit 51 through 65. And I'll ask you first if you recognize State's Exhibit 67.
Yes, I do.
What is State's Exhibit 67?
Okay, this is a copy of the autopsy report that was prepared for Mr. Buchanan.
And how do you recognize State 67?
Okay, well, it has accession number on it that's similar, and I have a copy of this with me. And then it also has this stamp on the back where it's been certified by our custodian of the records at that time as being a certified copy of this autopsy report.
And since that is a certified copy, arguably a self-authenticating document, is that a fair and accurate copy of the autopsy report done for Malik Buchanan?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 67 as evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Dr. Henniger, would you please now take a look at 51 through 65 that I handed you, a set of photographs.
Okay,
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 51 through 65?
yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Okay, they have the accession numbers. It's the main thing is that's the 07-0478, and they're labeled with that.
What is that number?
It's 07-0478.
And what kind of number did you call it?
We call an accession number or just the number we use to access the case.
And are these fair and accurate copies of the photographs that were taken during the autopsy performed on Malik Buchanan?
Yes, they are.
Judge, the state tender State's Exhibit 51 through 65 as evidence.
No objection.
51 through 65 are admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Henniger, going back to death investigations and your previous explanation to the jury, do you or does the medical examiner's office always receive a person who has died in an untoward manner from the scene at which they died, or do you sometimes receive bodies from the hospital?
Okay, both. If a person dies in the community, we'll have our investigators go and that's where it begins. If they die in the hospital, if they're taken to the hospital, then we get them from the hospital.
And do you always, is it always the case that a person who was taken to the hospital actually dies at the hospital, or can they die at the scene, but they're worked on?
Yes, they're the people that the EMS people that go to, to go out in the community to try and help people that need to go to the hospital, or even if they don't, they're very aggressive and they're going to keep trying for as long as they can. And so if a person is close to death, or if they're not sure, or even if a person's heart isn't beating, if it hasn't been very long, they can sometimes shock them and get it going again. So they're going to be very aggressive. And so it's not uncommon that we have people that are, have pretty serious injuries, but they still try and resuscitate them.
And do you denote in your autopsy report, following your examination of Malik Buchanan, where it was that his body was received from?
I think he's received from the hospital.
Okay. And what date is it that you do the autopsy?
I did this it was March 17th, 2007.
When you received Mr. Buchanan's body into the medical examiner's office, would you describe the condition that it was in for the jury?
Okay, they come to us in these large white disaster bags that are secured. Sometimes they have clothing on them. If they've been to the hospital, some or all of it's removed. He had some clothing. He had a pair of sweatpants and some black shorts. But he didn't have clothing above his waist, which may or may not have been removed. Basically, they sent us a brown paper bag that was supposedly associated with him, and it had a long sleeve shirt in it. So that's the way he was received to us. He also had medical intervention.
I'm going to show you on the screen what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 51. Ms. Oakham, would you please share State's 51? Can you expand it a little bit? Thank you. Dr. Henniger, please tell the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 51.
Okay, this is the first picture that was taken in this case, and you can see he's kind of on top of this white disaster bag, and you can see the clothing I just mentioned that he was wearing, and you can see one very interesting medical intervention, and this is called a clamshell incision, and it's an emergency kind of terminal heroic incision, and they make an incision across the chest, and they basically that's the main purpose is to put your hand in there to squeeze the heart to try and if his heart's not beating. So it's kind of a fairly heroic thing, and there are people that do survive this. The other thing that's interesting about this picture on this topic is what isn't there. And usually by the time they get to this point, they have a lot of medical intervention. They'll have tubes and IVs and stuff. And so I think that he may have had more medical intervention, but it was removed after he died, but before we got him.
And at the time that you received him and Mr. Buchanan came into the medical examiner's office, how old was he?
He was 23 years old, is what we were told his age.
And how tall and how heavy was he?
He was very tall. He was 77 inches, which is 6'5". And he was 154 pounds. So he's very tall and thin.
Dr. Henniger, I'm going to now show you on the screen what has been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Would you please explain to the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 54?
Okay, this is his chest and his left arm. His head is off the screen towards that wall. His feet are towards the judge. You can see this tag that's there. It's a label. It's got the accession number on it here. And it's also got, it's measured, it's 2 inches. So it's like a ruler.
Dr. Henniger, that touchscreen works if you want to mark things on there. If you will touch the lower left-hand corner, little pencil icon will come up, whoop, drag in, tap that.
Yeah.
Now you're live. And if you want to annotate anything on the screen, that screen in front of you, just use your finger as if it were a red ink pen.
Yeah. So this is the tag with the accession number right here. Okay, now, and this is, I mentioned where everything was. Okay, this is the suture where they opened him up and then they sewed him back pretty quickly. These are big, huge coarse stitches where they just went, pretty quick. It's not like a plastic surgeon did this. And then this is what's of most interest to me is this right here. And this is a gunshot wound. Okay, it's an entrance gunshot wound.
And where is it located?
This is located about 1 inch above his left nipple on his chest.
When you, go ahead.
Oh, okay. The reason I know it's an entrance wound is because it has an abrasion along the edge of it, right? If I can do this right here. And so that tells me that when the bullet went into his chest, kind of scraped the skin as it was going in. And that's characteristic of entrance wounds.
When you receive a body into your office that has suffered gunshot wounds, do you take an overall evaluation of the body to determine evidence of injury?
Yes, I do.
And when you're describing gunshot wounds, can you please explain to the jury what a perforating gunshot wound versus a penetrating gunshot wound is?
Okay, so we have kind of taken those words, which are fairly nonspecific in general use, and we have assigned a specific meaning to them. And so penetrating means that the bullet goes into the person and doesn't go out. So there's an entrance wound and a bullet with a pathway. Okay, a perforating gunshot wound is a bullet that goes into the body, through the body, and back out. So it has an entrance and an exit wound. Of course, these bullets don't come to us and tell us what happened. We're starting on the other side of this. So, you start out holes. So if you have 2 holes and there's a pathway between them, that's how you know that it's a perforating gunshot wound. If you have a hole and a pathway and a bullet, then you know it's penetrating. And that's pretty easy when there's just one. And when there becomes more of them, it gets more complicated and difficult to sort that out. But the basic idea is present with all of those, any kind of a gunshot wound.
And so if you have
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Could you repeat your last sentence?
Okay.
For the court reporter?
So, even if we have lots of gunshot wounds, each of them is going to be either penetrating or perforating, or there's graze wounds too.
Are there graze wounds too? Is that
Yes, so that's just where you have just one injury that just kind of goes along the skin.
And do you only document fatal evidence of injury? In other words, injury that caused the death, or do you document any kind of injuries on?
We document any kind of injuries, and the boundary between the two isn't always clear. So it's very important that we try and document as many other injuries. They may not speak towards the cause of death, but they can speak towards what other things that were happening at or around the time of the death.
And if there's a penetrating gunshot wound, do you all normally recover the bullet and give it to the law enforcement agency or to the GBI?
Yes.
For examination?
Yes, we do.
In this case, was there a perforating gunshot wound on Mr. Buchanan's body?
Yes, there was.
So was there any projectile or ammunition recovered from his body?
No.
Would you please describe any other evidence of injury that you found when you examined Mr. Buchanan's body?
Okay, so he has some abrasions. Abrasions are like scrapes where the skin comes in contact with the surface and some portion of it is scraped off. So these are very common, and most people, like if you think about like kids who fall off their bikes and scrape their knee, that's a typical abrasion. So he has abrasion. He's got one on the side of his face near his left eye. He's got one near his left ear, or on his left ear. He has a little tiny one on his right hand. And then he's got some smaller ones on his left hand over the back of his hand. And he's got one on his back, abrasion on the right lower back, a small one on his right ankle, and another one on his left knee.
Are you able to tell when those abrasions happened?
To a little bit of a degree. When abrasions have been there for a day or two, they start to heal. So you can kind of tell. But if this happened got half an hour before he died, or it happened 3 hours or 6 hours before he died, they would all look the same.
And are these older injuries, more recent injuries that you found on Mr. Buchanan?
These did not have any healing, so they are recent injuries.
Showing you on the screen what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 53. Would you please clear the screen, Your Honor, with the court?
So there's a circle, see the red dot? Don't press the red dot, but over, no, that, go down 2, it's a circle with an arrow, it looks like a rewind. That, if you tap that once, it erases an individual marking you made. So if you keep tapping that, it'll start erase. See how that's working?
That's cool.
Don't push so hard you knock the monitor over there. All right, thank you.
Would you please tell the jury what they are looking at in State's Exhibit 53?
Okay, this is the left side of his head, and there is an abrasion just beside his eye, right here.
And are you able to tell the jury what caused that abrasion?
No, I mean, there's lots of things that could cause it. Common causes could be if he fell on his head, as he died. It could be from fighting. It could be from anything else. He may have been doing something earlier in the day and ran into something.
Showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 65. Would you please tell the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 65?
Okay, this is his left ear, and there's an abrasion in this ear. And it's also got a little bit of redness around it, which that's bleeding into the tissue. We call that a contusion or a bruise. So it's an abrasion. It's a little bit interesting because it's got this kind of vertical component, which may suggest that there's some motion, involved, but that's pretty non-specific.
What does that mean when you say emotion involved?
It may have motion as he may have slid along the surface a little bit.
Showing you State's Exhibit 64. Would you please tell the jury what they are looking at in State's Exhibit 64? Would you expand, please?
Okay, these are his knees. This is his right knee, and there's an abrasion. The right knee has an abrasion under it right here. Left one has one here. So these can be from anything that happened if he's hit his knees anywhere.
And showing you State's Exhibit 63. Would you please tell the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 63?
I think that's the one on his ankle, and it's kind of close up, so it's hard, but I think that's his right ankle. So his foot is up towards me, and his knee is up towards me, and his toes are towards the wall. And that's an ankle. And there's a little tiny abrasion there.
And in your experience, could that abrasion be from falling as well on concrete or a hard surface or hitting your ankle?
It could.
Showing you State's Exhibit 62.
Now, that's the one on the right ankle. I think the previous one was somewhere else.
You got to make sure you're talking into the microphone. If you're having thoughts, just keep them quiet. But if you're speaking, I need to make sure it's in the microphone.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. The previous one's on his hand. It's on his right hand, on the back of his hand. I think this one is on the ankle, and it's kind of a wedge-shaped abrasion on the inside of his right ankle.
And showing you State's Exhibit 61. Would you please tell the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 61?
This is an abrasion on his right hand.
That's his right hand?
That's his. No, wait. That's his left hand. I'm sorry, I'm mixing up rights and lefts.
That's okay.
That's his left thumb, basically. And there's an abrasion there.
And is there anything you can tell the jury about that abrasion at all?
It's very non-specific. It doesn't show any healing.
Showing you State's Exhibit 60. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 60?
These are abrasions on the back of his left hand. Okay. Right here.
And anything You can tell the jury about what's in State's Exhibit 60.
Those abrasions right there, they have little skin tags on the edge, there and there. That gives a direction of force, so that this is the hand of this, the force is coming up like this, and that could be lots of ways, like scraping like this, So those are some abrasion have little tags on them, and that's helpful.
And State's Exhibit 59. Could you tell the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 59?
Okay, there's an abrasion on the back of the right hand, just a little punctate one, maybe 1 or 2 millimeters.
Okay. Dr. Henniger, were any of the abrasions that you just pointed out to the jury, were any of them fatal?
No.
And just going back to State 63 really quickly, you were sort of thinking about that, musing about that out loud. Could you clarify what State's Exhibit 63 is a picture of?
Okay, I have a list in my report here of these abrasions that we noted, and this one doesn't fit for any of the lists. So sometimes pictures get taken of injuries that don't make it into the report. Sometimes injuries make it in the report and don't get pictures. So this is another abrasion. It does look like his feet, and it's the other side of his right ankle.
Okay.
So I think it's the same place, but I was confused because I didn't have it in my report.
All right. Turning your attention, Dr. Henniger, to State's Exhibit 55. Would you please tell the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 55?
Okay, this is his chest. That's his left nipple. It's just above this incision. You can kind of see this big, huge incision on his chest. This is his left nipple right here. And this is the entrance wound. And it demonstrates closer, so it demonstrates very clearly this abrasion around it right here.
As a forensic pathologist, are you trained to evaluate to some extent range of fire? In other words, how far away a gun was from its target once the bullet hits?
Yes, I'm trained in that to the degree that I see the findings on a body. I haven't gone to the rifle range or the gun range, had training about where they're shooting, things at different distances. That's kind of another person's area. But basically, I know what the injuries on the body look like and how that is related to range of fire. Okay, so when a gun is fired, obviously a bullet comes out and it goes a long direction and creates injuries. Behind that bullet, there is little pieces of powder that didn't get burned. And this is because the ammunition is often loaded so that there's a little bit extra in it so that it gives the maximum amount of thrust to the bullet. These little pieces of powder can be thrown out of the end of a gun, and they will strike a person or a target. And if it's close enough, they will make little pinpoint injuries. And it's called stippling. And that's just what we call it. And so if the gun is really close or fairly close, it'll cause these stippling. Now, another thing that comes out is the powder. If it's burned, it comes out of the end of the gun as smoke and soot. And sometimes that'll get kind of stuck on the surface of the body. It's less common. It's easy to wash that off. The stippling are injuries that don't wash off. If the gun is right up on the body, it's like right against it, all this powder, burned and unburned, is going to be in or on the wound, right around it, very tight. And that's called a contact gunshot wound. Sometimes there's some gray areas that are like near contact where there's a little bit of it that gets out. Okay, so this gunshot wound does not have any stippling around it, and it doesn't have any powder on it. And so it is a distant range. And the question comes as to how far does this work? How far can this powder be thrown? And it depends on the gun and the ammunition. And they usually want to test that specifically, but the guns that throw it out the most only throw it out about 3 or 4 feet, maybe 6 at the max. And so this gunshot wound is more than 3 or 4 feet away from him when the gun is fired.
All right. I'm showing you now on the screen, State's Exhibit 56. Would you please tell the jury what we're looking at as it is expanded in State's Exhibit 56?
Okay, this is a picture of his back. Okay, and there are 2 interesting things on his back. On his left side of his back, it's his left, which is here. There is an exit wound, okay? And on the right lumbar back down here is an abrasion that looks kind of like an exit wound, but it doesn't have a pathway associated with it.
So let's look at State's Exhibit 57. Is that the abrasion?
I think that is the abrasion.
And do you need to go back to the previous exhibit?
Let me look at it, the other one.
Go back to the previous exhibit and zoom in.
Okay. Well, they're very similar to each other in their appearance, but this has a little crescent-shaped margin at the end of it.
It's showing you State's 58.
And this one has this kind of little skin tag that goes back into it right here. So I think this is the exit wound.
This being which number?
This number is 58 is the exit wound. And I have in my notes that is on the left side. So I think it's the exit wound.
All right. And State's 57, is that the abrasion that we saw on the lower right portion of Mr. Buchanan's back?
Yes. And I'm sure that when I first looked at that, I thought it was probably an entrance or an exit wound, but it doesn't go anywhere. There's nothing under it. So it's just an abrasion.
Dr. Henniger, how were you able to tell that State's Exhibit 58 was the exit wound?
Well, the features of an exit wound are a little bit different in most cases, and the exit wounds tend to be more irregular. They're usually not perfectly round. And this is because the bullet's often tumbling or has been deformed from going through the tissues. It tends to kind of tear out instead of abrade. It tends to, as it comes out, the kind of skin gets torn. And so this right here, you can see this these tears in it. There's really not an abrasion on the edge right here. And then this can be confusing, this stuff. This is drying. It's kind of an artifact. It's easier to, when you're there at the table looking at it, to differentiate that, but sometimes they can look like abrasions too. The abrasions can dry out, so they can have similar. And unfortunately, in this case, I have 2 things to look at, and it's very clear that the more, the one that's the entrance wound is the one in front, and the exit wound is in back.
And are you able to make any determinations whatsoever about what gun fired the bullet that put those holes in Mr. Buchanan's body?
Not usefully. I mean, it's not a cannon, like a big cannonball or BB gun, but it could be. It looks very similar to the majority of the wounds that I typically see with the common handguns and rifles that are in use.
So is there anything about it that could tell you whether it was a 9mm or a .380 shot from a pistol or a revolver?
No, nothing.
Dr. Henniger, was Mr. Buchanan in overall good health before this bullet took his life?
He was 23 years old, and I didn't see any natural diseases in him that I could attribute. The autopsy is not a perfect evaluation for that, but any of the things that typically show up at autopsies were not present in his autopsy for diseases.
And would you explain to the jury what happened as the bullet went through Mr. Buchanan's body?
Well, it's basically it went through his heart, It went through the front of his heart on the, I think it was just near the main artery on the front of the heart that feeds the muscle of the heart. And then it went through his lung. It was his left lung, the lower lobe. And it also went through the diaphragm, which is a muscle involved with breathing. And when the diaphragm has a hole in it, then you can't move air very easily in and out, because the way the chest works is that when you inspire, take in a breath, the volume of the chest increases, which creates a negative pressure, so the air flows in. If you puncture that, when you expand the chest, the pressures are still the same. So the air doesn't get where it needs to go. It might come through the hole, which then it's just around the lung. So puncturing a diaphragm is makes it harder to breathe. So both of those are problems. Going through a heart and lung is going to create a huge amount of bleeding, and basically that's going to get him in trouble the fastest is the loss of blood.
Would you repeat that for me?
The thing that's going to get him into trouble most quickly is loss of blood.
Are you able to tell the jury what the direction of travel of the bullet that
Yeah.
went through Mr. Buchanan's body was?
Yes, bullets tend to travel straight. They usually go straight through bone. Sometimes they get deviated, but basically determining this is basically looking at the entrance wound and the exit wound, drawing a line between them and then extending it. And we do this based on him, not on us looking at him, because we could be looking at him from any angle. And we put him in a standard position. So we call it anatomic position. And basically he's standing upright with his hands like this. And so from anatomic position, in his case, this bullet is traveling from his front to his back, okay? It's traveling downward, and it's traveling from his left to his right.
Dr. Henniger, when you explained to the jury that you were describing the direction of travel, does that mean that Mr. Buchanan was standing in the anatomical position when he was shot?
No, this just means that's kind of a beginning point. So we know. So then if we want to start putting him in different positions, we at least have something that we've established. It's really hard to kind of go the other way where you say, well, if he's in this kind of a position and the shooter's over there, and you look at, those get to be really complicated questions. But this simplifies it where you start out with him in a standard position, and then we can answer some questions about, what additional information that may come up.
And so, hypothetically speaking, if Mr. Buchanan is bent over or squatting or crouching or anything of that nature, is it possible for him to receive an injury in the manner that you described and for the wound to travel in the direction that you described for the jury?
Yes. If you look at this from a side view, if I'm straight and a bullet's coming straight at me, the entrance and exit should be about the same level. But if I lean back or forward, I can move it in different directions. Okay. So in this case, it's lower and to his right. So he may be, it basically changes his direction. He's coming in front. If he leans forward, higher up on his back. If he leans backwards, it's going to be lower on his back. So it's going kind of down.
Dr. Henniger.
I think I mixed that up.
Yes.
That's exactly.
Go ahead and
opposite.
clarify.
Let me clarify that. I can't believe it. It's a lot.
It's all right. It's Friday afternoon. We're all hanging in there.
So I should do it on somebody else instead of myself. Is what I usually like to do. Let me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Stand up here, you're gonna-
So this goes in here, comes out. She starts. She leans over. Out lower.
And so if I'm crashed, it's gonna come out like that.
And then if you, then it goes from right to left, so then that's. It's in there. So then it's go from right to left, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Henry. Dr. Henniger, I'm showing you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 52. Would you please publish? And we'll put it up on the screen for you. $52.
Okay,
Just 1 second, we're gonna share that screen. $52. And could you,
okay. This is what is called the identification photo. And this basically has the accession number that we've used for the, it's on everything in this case. And it's just a picture of him. So it humanizes this. It's, it's not a science project. This is a person and this is what he looked like. So that's called the identification photo. Sometimes we use it to show people, see if they think it looks like who he is, but that's the other use it has.
and would you tell the jury what the 07 is for?
07 is the year 2007. So the cases we're doing this year, they're 22.
And would you tell the jury what the 0478 is for?
That is the number of cases we've done that year up to that date, which was in March. So that's the 478th case that we did that year.
Dr. Henniger, part of your job as a forensic pathologist, does it entail determining cause of death?
Yes,
And does it entail determining manner of death?
yes,
Is there more than one manner of death?
yes.
And would you tell the jury what the different manners of death are?
Okay, manners of death, that's another word that we've kind of taken and use it in a specific way. Manners of death is where we look at the circumstances and the injuries, and we attempt to put it into one of 5 categories. And the categories are natural diseases due to things inside the body, accidents, which are things that just kind of happen outside of the body, suicides, which are injuries that are self-inflicted, and homicides, which are injuries that are caused by the actions of another person. The 5th category is undetermined, which is when we don't have enough information to tell or we have competing manners.
And what did you determine the cause of death of Mr. Malik Buchanan to be?
His cause of death was a gunshot wound to the chest.
And what did you determine the manner of death Mr. Buchanan is?
This is a homicide.
Thank you, Dr. Henniger. Just 1 second. That's all that I have.
Ms. Primovic?
A few questions. Thank you, Doctor. I just want to see these pictures. And the 51 is up there.
You might want this back too. Thank you.
His shirt, correct? That he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
And you reviewed his shirt, right? You were talking to us before about stifling and gunpowder and all of that. Did you review that? You didn't see any holes or anything in the shirts from
I basically, in my report, it says that I saw defects in the shirt that roughly correspond to these injuries. And clothing isn't always exactly where you think it is when people get shot. So sometimes the holes don't match up very good. They can be, sometimes they don't have the same numbers because there can be extra holes. In this case, there were holes in his shirt that roughly matched up with where these holes. There was one in his front of the shirt, one on the back, basically.
But you didn't find any little teeny weeny little stippling from gunpowder or anything
No.
like that? So that would show that, you know, it wouldn't show on the skin because he had a shirt on, right?
It might get through. It's the best place to look is on the outer surface. So like if you have multiple layers, like you have the coat, the blue coat would be the best because it's furthest out. Some of it might get through that to the lighter colored shirt. And sometimes, depending on how much of it is, some of it might make it to the skin, it might not. So it's the best place to look for stippling is on the outer surface, which is why we want them to bring the coat to us, or the coat, the clothing to us.
Okay, and you didn't see any of
We
that?
didn't see any of it.
Do you have it tested, sent to GBI to see if there was gunpowder from the shoe?
We don't usually order that. That's the police. If they, they have to order that for the GBI to do it.
And no one asked you to do that?
No.
Question about the exit wound. So there was no, as we would call it, no projectile, no bullet found in his body.
That's correct.
So he had to exit somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, and sometimes you find the projectile sometimes in the crash bag that it just like falls off the back, or have you, did you have that situation in this case?
We didn't have it in this case. It's the bullets they can come out of the body and then be in the clothing, or they can fall out when they're moving them around. And if they might fall on the floor. If somebody sees it, that's great. If they don't, then we lose it. If when they put him in the bag, they have to transport him, move him, a couple times. All of that can kind of jar things. You can have projectiles in the bag, and we those are places that they could be, and those. They can also be at the scene. Sometimes if it's like in a house, you can see a wall, they can get it out of a wall. So the bullets can end up in a lot of different places.
But you didn't find it anywhere in his clothes or?
No.
Okay. Thank you, doctor.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Yes.
Ms. Love, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor, that's all right. Thank you.
Questions from the jurors for Dr. Henninger? I see none. Doctor, thank you for your time. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Ms. Okam, do you have another witness?
Yes, Judge.
How long will that witness take?
More than 20 minutes.
Okay. Do you have only 2 witnesses left?
Yeah, well, one, Judge.
Just one witness left?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just looking at your witness list and there are only 2 names left on it. So you don't plan on calling Casey Wilson?
No, Judge.
So Detective Zimbrick is all that's left?
Yes.
All right. That'll take a little while. I think we will stop now. Let our jurors get an early start to the weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, well, let me ask a couple more questions. So you would expect, things can change over the weekend, but you would expect to rest after Detective Zimbrick's testimony?
And the minute.
Okay, but that's 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So after Detective Zimbrick's testimony?
Yes.
All right. We're way ahead of schedule. All right, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your weekend. No outside research. If you had questions of the witnesses, the way that you answered them was by submitting those cards. Please don't talk about the case over the weekend. Hopefully you've heard enough. You don't want to talk about it with other people. But when you get back on Monday, it may well be you're starting your deliberations and you'll talk about them then. Don't take your notepads with you. They stay in the jury room. And we'll see everyone back here at 9 a.m. Monday morning. 9 a.m. Monday morning. Any logistical questions? No. All right. Juror 42, please get lots of sleep on Sunday night. Thank you. All right, you all can be seated. How long do you envision your examination of Detective Zimbrick going?
45 minutes.
Okay. Ms. Primovic, you said your witness list would consist of the states, and then we've got the possibility of Mr. Hodges. Mr. Hodges, on Monday morning, when we get together, I'm going to ask you some questions, you directly, your lawyers will be with you, that I'm required to ask about whether you want to testify in your case. I'm confident that you and your lawyers have been talking about this, but you may want to talk about it a little bit more. In the end, you decide whether you testify or don't testify. So you and I'll have that discussion on the record, away from the jurors. I'll talk a little bit about the consequences of choosing to testify and the consequences of choosing not to testify. I want to make sure over the weekend you think about it, because what doesn't work is that I bring that topic up on Monday morning and you say, you know, I haven't decided, I'm not sure what I want to do. Okay? Does that make sense? Great. Ms. Primovic, you have clothing for Mr. Hodges for Monday? Great. I will get everyone, it'll be via email, a draft of the jury charge. I got a draft from Ms. Niles, my staff attorney. I'll look at it over the weekend and push something to you all. But it sounds like we'll have our charge conference possibly Monday morning after Detective Zimbrick testifies. But we'll see what the defense announcement is and react accordingly. Ms. Ocom, anything else from the state at this time?
No, Judge, just for clarification purposes, because I want to make sure I follow your order. Your order for the states is 75 was to play without sound when she's there looking at the photos, so when she knocked on the door to get outside Montiel in, that she picked the photo.
So I don't have an order. Your request was to play that. I originally denied it, and I have reconsidered and decided that you can play that. So that's what you can play. If you want to play more, we need to have another discussion, because depending on what's in there, some of the concerns that Ms. Primovic have had may weigh more heavily as I consider it. But for the segment you wanted to play, I have reversed myself and said that you can play it. So you should just think through, do you want that to be how we start on Monday and then Detective Zimbrick? Or do you want that to be how we end on Monday and you say, now we rest? It's up to you 100%. Okay? All right. Ms. Primovic, anything else before we adjourn for the weekend?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work this week. We've made good progress. I will see you all a little before 9 on Monday morning.
Lee.